Chapter 1: The Gilded Door. The sky was a perfect, cloudless blue. It was always a perfect, cloudless blue. Lena had watched her son, Leo, chase a holographic butterfly across the immaculate green of the central garden, his small legs pumping. The light, a flawless imitation of a mid-afternoon sun, cast their shadows long on the synthetic grass. It did not, however, carry any warmth. The air, recycled and scrubbed to a sterile purity, held a constant, neutral temperature. It was the kind of perfect that felt profoundly wrong, like a photograph of a memory. "Careful, sweetie," Lena called, her voice echoing slightly in the vast, subterranean chamber. The garden was the centerpiece of the haven, a sprawling underground complex designed to be the final word in survival. It was a city in a bottle, buried 1,000 feet beneath the New Mexico desert. Lena and Leo were here as guests of Dominic Wexler, a tech billionaire who believed preparing for the end of the world was a matter of outspending it. Leo, a whirlwind of energy in a designer jumpsuit, giggled as the digital insect fluttered through his fingers and dissolved into pixels. He stumbled and fell to his knees, his laughter turning into a short, sharp cough. Lena was at his side in an instant, her medical instincts overriding everything else. She placed a hand on his small back, feeling the faint, familiar rattle in his chest. "Deep breaths, Leo. In through your nose," she instructed, her voice calm and practiced. The cough subsided. He looked up at her, his bright eyes unconcerned. "The butterfly got away," he said, a small pout on his lips. "There will be others," she assured him, helping him up. His asthma was a constant, quiet hum of anxiety beneath the surface of her thoughts. Here, in this climate-controlled paradise, it was manageable. The air was free of pollen, of pollutants, of life. Across the garden, near a cascading waterfall that fed a serene koi pond, a man in a practical gray jumpsuit was kneeling by an access panel. Marcus Cole. He wasn't a resident, not a guest. He was the final phase structural engineer, here for the last systems audit before the haven went into official, sealed standby. He had a rugged, focused look, his face smudged with grease. He seemed out of place among the effortlessly clean elite, a worker bee in a nest of gilded hornets. He caught Lena's eye and gave a short, professional nod before turning his attention back to the mess of wires in the panel. A soft chime echoed through the garden. It was a pleasant, melodic sound, usually indicating a meal service or a scheduled event. But this chime was different. It repeated, faster this time, its pitch rising with an unnatural urgency. A synthetic female voice, smooth and uninflected, filled the air. "Alert! Protocol Omega initiated. All residents and personnel, please proceed to the nearest designated safe area. This is not a drill. Lockdown sequence commencing in 5 minutes." Lena froze, her hand tightening on Leo's shoulder. Around the garden, the other residents looked up from their conversations, their expressions shifting from boredom to confusion. The elderly Croft couple, Percival and Beatrice, clutched at each other. Dominic Wexler pulled out a satellite phone, his face a mask of irritation. "What is this? Some kind of final test?" he muttered to no one in particular. Marcus Cole was already on his feet, his tools abandoned. He wasn't confused, he was alarmed. He sprinted towards the massive elevator bank that led to the residential suites. "Everyone move. Now," he yelled, his voice cutting through the placid hum of the garden. The synthetic voice continued, her tone never changing. Lockdown sequence commencing in 4 minutes. Panic, a raw and unfamiliar emotion in this curated environment, began to spread. People started to move, a disorganized herd shuffling towards the elevators. Lena swept Leo into her arms, his small body tense against hers. She ran, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. From the observation lounge overlooking the garden, Sterling Vance watched the chaos unfold. He stood with his wife, Odelia, his hands clasped behind his back. He was a tall, severe man with a face that seemed carved from granite. He showed no surprise, no fear. He simply observed, his gaze analytical. The simulation did not predict this level of disorganization, Odelia commented, her voice a low murmur. She was as composed as her husband, her eyes scanning the crowd, cataloging their reactions. "Simulations account for variables, my dear," Sterling replied. "Reality provides the data." Down below, Isabella Monet, a woman whose fame was as artificial as the garden's sunlight, was having a small-scale meltdown. She refused to enter the elevator without her fennec fox, Bijou. "I can't leave him, he's in my suite," she shrieked, her voice shrill. "There is no time," Marcus Cole barked, trying to herd people inside. "Get in." 3 minutes. The crowd pushed forward. Lena managed to squeeze into a crowded elevator car, holding Leo tight. She could see Marcus gesturing frantically, trying to get Isabella to move. The doors slid shut, cutting off the scene. The elevator ascended with a smooth, silent motion. When the doors opened onto the residential level, a long, opulent corridor lined with the heavy doors of private suites, the chaos continued. People fumbled with keycards, their hands shaking. Lena found her suite, number 7, and swiped her card. The door clicked open and she pushed Leo inside. "Stay here, don't move," she commanded, her voice sharper than she intended. She peered back out into the corridor. The final stragglers were scrambling into their rooms. Marcus was the last one, shouting down the hallway. "Is that everyone? Anyone still out there?" No one answered. The synthetic voice spoke again, a chilling calm in the rising storm of fear. 1 minute. All personnel must be secured. Exterior blast doors sealing. Marcus sprinted into the suite opposite Lena's and the door hissed shut behind him. The corridor was empty. A deep, resonant groan vibrated through the entire structure, a sound so low it was felt more than heard. It was the sound of immense weight, of finality. A series of heavy, percussive booms echoed from far above, each one a nail in the coffin of the world they knew. Lena stepped back into her suite and sealed the door. The heavy metal slab slid into place with a definitive thud, plunging the room into a momentary darkness before the internal lights flickered on. The air from the corridor was gone, replaced by the faint hum of the suite's private circulatory system. They were sealed in. Leo was sitting on the floor, his eyes wide. "Mommy, what's happening?" Before she could answer, a screen on the wall, disguised as a modernist painting, flickered to life. The face of Sterling Vance appeared. He was in what looked like a command center, surrounded by monitors displaying schematics and data. To all residents of the Haven, he began, his voice a calm, authoritative presence in the sudden, terrifying silence. At 16:03 Mountain Standard Time, a series of coordinated detonations were detected on the surface. We have lost all contact with the outside world. The Haven has performed as designed. We are now fully sealed and self-sufficient. He paused, letting his words sink in. Lena could hear her own blood roaring in her ears. The nature of the event is unknown. The duration of our stay is indefinite. All systems are green. We are safe. He looked directly into the camera, his gaze piercing, devoid of any comforting warmth. Welcome to the first day of our new world. The screen went blank, returning to its disguise as a painting. Lena stared at the abstract shapes, her mind reeling. Detonations. Indefinite. She looked at Leo, who was starting to cry. She pulled him into a hug, her own fear a cold, tight knot in her stomach. The perfect, sterile air of the suite suddenly felt thin, suffocating. They were in the most secure place on Earth. A tomb. A gilded tomb, but a tomb nonetheless. And the man with the granite face held the key. The door was closed. The world was gone, and something far worse than the chaos outside was just beginning to stir within these perfect, polished walls. Chapter 2: The Rules of Engagement. The first 24 hours passed in a state of suspended disbelief. The systems of the Haven operated with flawless precision, a silent testament to Sterling Vance's meticulous planning. The digital sky in the central garden transitioned from a starlit night to a soft dawn. The automated meal services delivered trays of nutritionally balanced, if bland, food to each suite through pneumatic tubes. It was a seamless continuation of luxury, a desperate attempt to pretend that the world had not ended. On the second day, the residents emerged from their suites, drawn to the communal areas by a combination of boredom and a need for shared humanity. They gathered in small, hushed groups in the garden, their conversations strained. They spoke of their families, their businesses, their lives on the surface, all in the past tense. Dominic Wexler tried to project an air of authority, boasting about his connections and the rescue that was surely on its way, but his words rang hollow. Isabella Monet, having retrieved Bijou from her suite, held the small fox like a lifeline, her face pale and drawn. Lena kept Leo close, her senses on high alert. She watched the other residents, her clinical eye assessing their states of mind. She saw denial, fear, and a dangerous, simmering frustration. She saw Marcus Cole moving along the perimeter of the garden, his gaze fixed not on the people, but on the walls, the ceiling, the very bones of their enclosure. He was looking for a crack in the perfection. At precisely 10:00 a.m., the screens in every communal area and private suite lit up with Sterling Vance's face. This time, he was not in a control room, but standing at a podium in the bunker's auditorium. The camera was positioned to give him an air of absolute authority. "Good morning," he said, his voice as crisp and sterile as the air. "I trust you all slept well. I have called this virtual assembly to discuss the parameters of our shared future. The initial shock is passing. We must now adapt to our reality." He let the word hang in the air. Reality. "Our resources," he continued, "while substantial, are finite. Water, food, power, medical supplies, all must be managed with extreme prejudice. The automated systems can maintain a baseline of survival, but efficiency requires order, and order requires leadership. He steepled his fingers. Until such time as a formal governance structure can be established, I, as the facility's chief architect and controller, will be assuming operational command. My wife, Odelia, will be managing community resources and well-being. A murmur of dissent rippled through the gathered residents. Wexler scoffed openly. "Who put you in charge, Vance? This is a private shelter. We're shareholders, not your subjects." As if hearing him, Sterling's gaze hardened. "Your shares, Mr. Wexler, were in a world that no longer appears to exist. Your wealth is an abstract concept. The water reclamation system is not. My control over that system, however, is very real." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The threat was cold, clear, and absolute. "Access to non-essential luxuries will now be conditional," Sterling announced. "The library, the gymnasium, the hydrotherapy pools, the media center, these are privileges. They will be earned. Labor will be required for maintenance, for inventory, for sanitation. A roster of duties will be posted." He sounded like a man who had been waiting his entire life for this moment. This was not a crisis for him. It was a validation. "Furthermore," he said, his eyes sweeping across his unseen audience, "certain specialized assets are of greater value than others. Their proper allocation is critical to our long-term survival." The screen went blank. The implication was clear. They were no longer guests. They were assets or liabilities. Lena's blood ran cold. She knew what he meant, her skills as a surgeon. She looked at Leo, who was watching the blank screen with a child's simple curiosity. He was her whole world, and in this new world he was her greatest vulnerability. That afternoon it began. Leo had a minor asthma attack, a wheezing fit brought on by the stress in the air. His travel inhaler, the small albuterol dispenser she carried everywhere, was running low. It was a simple fix. She just needed a new canister from the bunker's state-of-the-art infirmary. She left Leo in the suite with his tablet and made her way to the medical wing. The infirmary was a gleaming cathedral of white and steel, equipped for everything from minor first aid to major surgery. But the heavy steel door was locked. A small keypad glowed next to the handle. Access denied. She tried the intercom. "This is Dr. Lena Haddad. I need access to the pharmacy for a pediatric asthma inhaler." Silence. She pressed it again. "Hello, is anyone there?" The speaker crackled. It was Odelia Vance's voice, smooth as silk. "Dr. Haddad, of course. We have your request logged. Sterling would like to speak with you. Please come to the command center." The command center was on the top level, a restricted area. The elevator, which had previously gone anywhere with a simple button press, now required a keycard. As Lena approached, a soft chime sounded and the doors slid open for her. She was being summoned. The command center was a circular room, its walls a mosaic of glowing screens. Sterling Vance sat at a central console like a king on his throne. Odelia stood beside him, holding a tablet. There was no one else in the room. Dr. Haddad, Sterling said without turning around. Thank you for coming. My son needs his medication, Lena said, keeping her voice steady. I am aware, Sterling replied, finally swiveling his chair to face her. His eyes were like chips of ice. The infirmary, like all critical resource nodes, is now under our direct control. Dispensation is a matter of priority. It's a standard albuterol canister. It's not a scarce resource. Everything is a scarce resource when the supply chain is infinitely severed, he countered. The question is not one of scarcity, but of value. You possess a skill set of immense value, Doctor. Odelia stepped forward. Mr. and Mrs. Croft have reported feeling unwell. Percival is experiencing chest pains and Beatrice complains of severe anxiety. We require a full medical assessment of their condition, their vital signs, their psychological state, a prognosis. Lena stared at her. Of course, I can do that. Let me get my kit from the infirmary. You will use the diagnostic tools in their suite, Odelia said, and your report will be delivered directly and only to us. The meaning was sickeningly clear. This wasn't about the Crofts' health. It was an inventory, a cataloging of weaknesses. Sterling was assessing his assets, determining their shelf life, and he wanted her to be his tool. And if I do this, Lena asked, the words tasting like ash. Sterling gestured to a small pneumatic tube station built into the wall. Upon receipt of your detailed report, a new canister will be dispensed. A simple transaction. This was the beginning. The first move in a game she didn't know the rules to. A game played with lives, with medicine, with fear. Her son's next breath depended on her willingness to play. I understand, she said, the words a surrender. As she turned to leave, she saw Marcus Cole on one of the security monitors. He was in a corridor in the staff quarters, a level below the residential suites. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at a ventilation grate on the wall, his expression thoughtful. He was looking for another way, a path between the walls, a world away from Sterling Vance's all-seeing eyes. For the first time that day, Lena felt a flicker of something other than despair. It was a dangerous, fragile thing. It was hope. Chapter 3: The First Transaction. The Croft suite was a mirror of her own, but it felt smaller, suffocated by the accumulated anxieties of its occupants. Beatrice Croft, a woman who had spent 70 years insulated by wealth, was perched on the edge of a silk sofa, her hands twisting a pearl necklace. Percival Croft sat in an armchair, his face gray, his breathing shallow. The air was thick with the scent of fear and expensive perfume. Odelia Vance was already there. She stood by the window screen which displayed a placid beach scene, a cruel mockery of their situation. She offered Lena a thin, predatory smile. Thank you for your promptness, Doctor. Lena ignored her, her professional demeanor taking over. It was a shield. Mr. Croft, Mrs. Vance tells me you're having chest pains. Percival gestured vaguely at his chest. It's a tightness, an elephant on my ribs. Lena opened the suite's integrated medical kit. It was top of the line, a collection of diagnostic tools that would make a small hospital envious. As she attached the blood pressure cuff to Percival's arm, she was acutely aware of Odelia watching her every move. her silence more unnerving than any question. The reading was high, dangerously high. "Have you had issues with your blood pressure before?" Lena asked. "My doctor on the surface managed it. A little pill every morning," Percival said, his voice weak. "And your prescription?" Beatrice answered, her voice trembling. "We only brought enough for a week. We thought this was just a weekend demonstration." Lena felt a chill. They were completely unprepared, pawns. She continued the examination, her hands moving with practiced efficiency. She used the portable EKG, watching the rhythmic peaks and valleys trace across the small screen. There were abnormalities, signs of cardiac strain. Percival Croft was a walking medical emergency. Next, she turned to Beatrice. The woman's pulse was a frantic, thready beat. Her pupils were dilated. A classic anxiety attack, but in this sealed environment, classic could quickly become fatal. "I need to compile my notes," Lena said, stepping away from the couple. "Of course," Odelia murmured, following her to the suite's dining area out of earshot of the Crofts. "Your assessment." "Percival is in a hypertensive crisis and showing signs of ischemic heart disease. He needs medication to lower his blood pressure immediately and a daily regimen to manage his condition. Beatrice is suffering from extreme anxiety, which is exacerbating his condition. She would benefit from a mild sedative." Odelia tapped her stylus on her tablet, her expression unchanged. "Quantify their stability. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being optimal." The question was cold, inhuman. "That's not how medicine works." "It is how resource management works," Odelia countered, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Are they a sound investment, doctor, or a drain on our limited pharmaceutical supplies?" Lena felt a surge of revulsion. This was the transaction, not just an exam but an appraisal. She was pricing human lives. They are human beings in distress. "A sentimental but unhelpful observation," Odelia said, her eyes glinting. "Give me the data." Lena made a choice, a small act of rebellion. "With proper medication, which is readily available in the infirmary, their conditions are entirely manageable. They are stable. A 7. It was a lie. Percival was a 4 at best. But she would not sign their death warrants." Odelia studied her for a long moment, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Very well. Your report is noted." She tapped her tablet. A moment later, a soft whoosh came from the suite's delivery tube. A single, sterile-packaged albuterol canister sat in the receptacle. Lena snatched it, the plastic cool against her palm. She turned to leave. "Doctor," Odelia called after her, "a word of advice. Sentiment is a liability in a closed system. Remember that." Lena walked out without a reply, the canister feeling impossibly heavy in her pocket. She had won the battle for her son's breath, but she had a sickening feeling she was losing a much larger war. Meanwhile, in the unseen arteries of the Haven, Isabella Monet was losing her own war. Her breakdown had been spectacular. After discovering the Wi-Fi was permanently disabled, she had hurled a porcelain vase against the wall of her suite. In the ensuing chaos, Bijou, her fennec fox, had darted out the open door. Now, hours later, Isabella was a mess of smeared mascara and frantic energy, stalking the pristine corridors. Bijou, Bijou, sweetie, Mommy has freeze-dried crickets. Her cries echoed in the unnaturally quiet halls. She got strange looks from the few other residents she encountered, but no one offered to help. A missing pet was a triviality from another lifetime. Frustrated and desperate, Isabella noticed something she hadn't before: a small, almost invisible seam in the metallic paneling at the base of the wall. She pushed at it. It was a maintenance hatch, unlocked. Driven by a blind hope that her fox had sought refuge inside, she pulled it open. A gust of cool, damp air, smelling of ozone and metal, washed over her. The space beyond was dark. Using the light from her phone, she peered into a narrow, dusty tunnel filled with pipes and cables. "Bijou," she whispered and crawled inside. The maintenance corridor was a different world. It was raw, unfinished, a stark contrast to the polished luxury of the residential levels. The only light was the thin beam from her phone. The only sound was a constant, low hum that vibrated through the metal floor. She called for her fox, her voice a small, tight sound in the oppressive dark. The tunnel branched and twisted. Within minutes, she was completely disoriented. Panic began to set in. She turned a corner and stopped dead. Ahead of her, a faint, ethereal blue light pulsed gently. It seemed to come from the walls themselves. Cautiously, she moved towards it. The light emanated from a large, gelatinous mass clinging to a cluster of condensation-slick pipes. It was a fungus, but unlike any she had ever seen. It glowed with a soft, internal luminescence, its surface swirling with patterns like an oil slick on water. It was strangely beautiful. As she got closer, she saw a small shape huddled at its base. A bijou. The fox was there, seemingly mesmerized by the glowing mass. It didn't respond to her call. As Isabella reached for him, her hand brushed against the fungus. It felt cool and yielding like soft flesh. A fine, glittering dust, like pollen, came off on her skin. She grabbed the fox and pulled it into her arms, relief washing over her. She turned to find her way back, but the corridor seemed different. The single beam of her phone's light fractured into a kaleidoscope of colors. The low hum of the machinery deepened, taking on a musical quality, a strange and discordant choir. The walls seemed to breathe, to shift. She giggled, a high, unhinged sound. The fear was gone, replaced by a profound and terrifying sense of wonder. The lights were singing to her. At the same time, in another part of the bunker, Marcus Cole found his own discovery. He had located a secondary command hub in the engineering section, a place for diagnostics and maintenance overrides. It was older, less sophisticated than Sterling's command center, but it was a potential backdoor. Most of the systems were locked down by Sterling's master command, but one was still active: the internal security camera network. He couldn't control the cameras, but he could watch. He cycled through the feeds, mapping the bunker's blind spots. He saw the residents, listless and afraid. He saw Odelia moving through the communal areas like a shark. He saw Sterling, a motionless spider in the center of his web. Then he switched to the feed for the Vance's private residential suite, and he saw it. The suite was opulent, but that wasn't what caught his attention. On a desk, next to a high-end computer terminal, was a small, ornate silver box. Attached to it was a thin tube that ran to a small silver mask. Sterling Vance walked into the frame, picked up the mask, placed it over his mouth and nose, and took a long, deep breath from the box. He did this every few minutes. It wasn't an oxygen tank. It was too small. Marcus zoomed in, the image pixelating. He could just make out a label on the box. It was a custom-built atmospheric processor, a personal air scrubber and enricher. Vance wasn't breathing the same recycled air as everyone else. He had his own supply. The revelation hit Marcus with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just about control. This wasn't just a game. Sterling Vance had a secret that meant he believed the bunker's main life support system was flawed, or that he was prepared to outlast everyone even if it failed. The game wasn't about survival of the community. It was about his own. The camera feed flickered. For a split second, Marcus thought he saw something else in the room. A small, fleeting shape with large ears peeking out from under a sofa. Then it was gone. He dismissed it as a glitch, his mind entirely focused on the silver box and the terrifying truth it represented. Chapter 4: Assets and Liabilities. The morning of the third day, the game escalated. In the central garden, on the main public information screen that once displayed weather forecasts and stock tickers, a new list appeared. It was titled Community Contribution Roster. Beneath the title were the names of every person in the bunker, residents and staff alike, arranged in a numbered list. Lena Haddad was number 1. Her entry read, Haddad Lena, skill, medical surgeon, status, critical asset, ration allocation, tier A. Marcus Cole was number 5. Cole Marcus, skill, engineering structural, status, key asset, ration allocation, tier B. The list continued. The chef was a key asset, the security chief, a support asset. The rankings were a cold, brutal calculus of human worth. Then Lena saw the bottom of the list. Croft Percival, skill, none, status, high consumption liability. Ration allocation, tier D. Beatrice was right next to him. Further down, almost an afterthought, Monet Isabella, skill, none, status, non-essential, ration allocation, tier D. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. A quiet, orderly breakfast in the communal dining hall devolved into a tense, stratified affair. Those at the top of the list, the tier A and B assets, received trays with something resembling real food, protein paste, nutrient bars, and a flavored vitamin supplement. Those at the bottom, the liabilities, received a small gray biscuit and a cup of purified water. The public humiliation was as potent as the denial of food. The Crofts sat alone, their faces pale with shame. Isabella Monet, who seemed to be in a strange, dazed state since her excursion in the tunnels, merely poked at her biscuit with a long, manicured nail, a vacant smile on her face. Dominic Wexler, the tech CEO, was furious. He was listed as a Tier C, support asset historical systems knowledge, a calculated insult to his perceived power. He stormed away from the dining hall and went directly to his suite, determined to fight back. He was a master of the digital world. He would not be defeated by this jumped-up, glorified landlord. He sat at his suite's terminal, the interface to the bunker's internal network. It was firewalled from the critical systems, a glorified entertainment hub. But Wexler was a hacker in his youth. He cracked his knuckles and went to work, searching for a vulnerability, a port he could exploit to get into the command network. For an hour, he threw everything he knew at it, his frustration mounting with each failed attempt. Suddenly his screen went black. A single line of text appeared, written in a stark white font. Persistent, unauthorized access attempts have been logged. This is your only warning. Then the lights in his suite went out. The air circulation fan whirred to a stop. The water in his bathroom tap ceased to flow. A red light next to his door began to blink. Sterling had not only detected him, he had placed him in solitary confinement, cutting his suite off from the bunker's life support grid. The message to everyone was unmistakable. Defiance would be met with total isolation. Lena watched the fallout from a distance, her Tier A meal tasting like poison. This was the next phase, not just control but division. Sterling was turning them against each other, making them complicit in a cruel hierarchy. She saw Zane, the personal trainer, gathering a small group of Tier C and D residents, speaking in low, urgent tones. He was trying to organize to form a resistance. But what could they resist with? Sterling held all the cards. She needed to find Marcus. She found him in a small, forgotten storage closet in the staff quarters, a known camera blind spot. He had a set of printed schematics spread out on a crate. They were old, from the initial construction phase. "He's punishing Wexler," Lena said, her voice barely a whisper. "He's making an example of him," Marcus corrected, not looking up from the papers. "Fear is a more efficient tool than force. That list, it's monstrous. He's going to starve those people." "The list isn't about food, it's about leverage," Marcus said, finally meeting her gaze. His eyes were tired but sharp. "It's about making people so desperate they'll do anything he asks. He's turning the liabilities into a resource for controlling the assets." He tapped a section of the schematics. "I found something. He has his own heir." Lena felt a cold dread spread through her chest as Marcus explained what he had seen on the security feed. The silver box, the personal filtration system in the Vance suite. "He's insulated," Marcus continued, his voice tight with anger. "If the main scrubbers fail, if the air quality drops, we all suffocate. He just watches." "So what do we do?" Lena asked, the question feeling impossibly large. "We find a way to take that away from him," Marcus said. "His system has to have an intake. It has to have an exhaust. It has to have a power source. It's a physical object, and anything physical can be broken." Their quiet rebellion now had a name and a target. It was no longer just about survival. It was about fighting back. As they spoke, a commotion echoed from the residential corridor. Isabella Monet had finally snapped. Her strange, euphoric days had worn off, replaced by a frantic, paranoid energy. She was convinced someone had stolen Bijou, that it was part of Vance's cruel game. "Where is he?" she screamed, running down the hall, her hair wild. "What did you do with my baby?" Odelia Vance intercepted her, flanked by Jet and Gavin Shaw, the now powerless security chief, who had clearly thrown his lot in with the Vances to secure his own Tier B rating. "Miss Monet, you are causing a disturbance," Odelia said, her voice calm but laced with menace. "You're torturing me. This is psychological warfare," Isabella shrieked. "Your behavior is non-contributory," Odelia said, using the cold language of the roster. "Such emotional outbursts consume valuable oxygen." She nodded to Jet. Jet, a man built like a machine, grabbed Isabella's arm. She struggled, but it was useless. They began to drag her towards the infirmary. "Sedate her," Odelia commanded. "She is a danger to herself and to the community's morale." Lena watched from the end of the corridor, frozen. They were dragging a woman away to be drugged into submission for the crime of being upset. This was how it would be. Any dissent, any emotional crack would be pathologized and neutralized. That night, unable to sleep, Marcus went deeper into the maintenance tunnels than he ever had before. He followed a thick bundle of armored cables that he suspected powered the Vance's private wing. The air down here was different. Colder, damper. He was well beyond the pristine maintenance of the upper levels. He found it in a small, sealed-off junction room that didn't appear on his schematics. A secondary power distribution board. And behind it, a section of the wall had been crudely removed and replaced with a newer panel. He pried it open. Inside was a mess of unfamiliar wiring and a small, humming box, a data logger. It recorded power usage and system statuses. He managed to interface his tablet with it. He found logs dating back months before the lockdown, and then he found the work order for the installation of Vance's private filtration system. It was an add-on, installed after the main construction was complete, a secret modification. But that wasn't the most shocking discovery. Buried in the installation notes was a single, terrifying line item. Note: system integration required rerouting of primary environmental sensor G7. Main atmospheric monitoring now bypasses filtration sector 4. He stared at the words, his blood turning to ice. It wasn't just that Vance had his own air. To install his system secretly, he had compromised the main one. The bunker's central life support had a blind spot. A whole section of the air filtration system was essentially running unchecked, unmonitored by the central command AI. If something went wrong in that sector, no alarms would sound. The system would report that everything was perfect, even as it was pumping poison into their lungs. Sterling Vance hadn't just built himself a lifeboat. He had drilled a hole in the main ship to do it. Chapter 5: The Fungal Bloom. Isabella Monet's sedation was a public spectacle. Jet Vance and Gavin Shaw escorted her from the infirmary back to her suite. She was limp, her head lolling, a thin line of drool on her chin. Odelia Vance watched them, her arms crossed, her expression one of mild satisfaction. It was a demonstration of control, a clear message to anyone else considering an emotional outburst. The residents who witnessed it quickly retreated to their rooms, the silence in the corridor thick with fear. The incident, however, had an unintended consequence. In her frantic search for Bijou, Isabella had left the maintenance hatch in her suite's corridor slightly ajar. It was a tiny oversight, an insignificant detail in the grand scheme of Sterling Vance's perfect, ordered world. But in a closed system, the smallest crack can bring the whole structure down. Bijou, the fennec fox, driven by instinct and a desire to avoid the shouting, had long since retreated back into the quiet dark of the tunnels. He returned to the one place he had found that was strangely comforting, the glowing fungal growth. The fungus, Dr. Soren's escaped experiment, had flourished in the damp, forgotten corner of the maintenance network. Fed by a slow drip of nutrient-rich condensation from a coolant pipe, it had grown. It was no longer a small patch. It had spread, covering a 10-foot section of the wall in a pulsating, bioluminescent carpet. It was a silent, alien life form thriving in the guts of the machine. That night, Sterling Vance initiated the next phase of his plan: resource consolidation. He announced via the public screens that all non-essential personal items were to be turned over for inventory and communal storage. This included everything from jewelry and personal electronics to books and sentimental keepsakes. The stated reason was efficiency and fairness. The real reason was to strip the residents of their last vestiges of identity and comfort. Jet Vance and Gavin Shaw went door to door with a large trolley. The process was humiliating. They entered each suite and unceremoniously dumped people's personal histories into plastic bins. Some residents protested, but a hard look from Jet was enough to silence them. They were powerless. When they reached Isabella's suite, she was still heavily sedated, asleep on her bed. Jet and Gavin swept through the room, taking everything of value. As they were about to leave, Gavin noticed the ajar maintenance hatch. "What's this?" he said, nudging it with his boot. "Leave it," Jet grunted. "We have our orders." But Gavin was curious. He pulled the hatch open and peered inside. The tunnel was dark, but from deep within he could see a faint, pulsing blue light. It was unusual. He made a mental note to check it out later, then closed the hatch and followed Jet to the next suite. While this was happening, Lena and Marcus met in their designated blind spot. The news of the consolidation had shaken Lena. It was a violation she hadn't anticipated. "He's taking everything," she whispered, her voice trembling with rage. "He wants to erase who we were." "It's to make us dependent," Marcus said, his focus elsewhere. He spread the schematics on the floor. "Forget the keepsakes, Lena. I found something much worse." He explained his discovery: the bypass sensor, the blind spot in the life support system. He showed her the location on the schematic: Sector 4. The main ducts for that sector ran directly through the lower-level maintenance tunnels. "If something goes wrong there," Marcus explained, his voice grim, "the system won't know. The AI, the warden, will keep telling Sterling everything is fine. We could all be breathing contaminated air, and the monitors in his command center would show green across the board." The horror of it settled over Lena. It was a level of cynical self-preservation that was almost incomprehensible. Sterling wasn't just a tyrant. He was a monster who had deliberately endangered every single person in the bunker for his own benefit. "What could go wrong?" she asked. "A coolant leak, a ruptured pipe, a fire," Marcus listed. "Or something biological, mold, bacteria, something growing in the dark." His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. Deep in the tunnels, the fungus continued to grow. As it expanded, it released more of its fine, glittering spores into the air. The spores were light, almost weightless. They were drawn into the ventilation intake that was, unknown to anyone, part of the unmonitored Sector 4. Slowly, imperceptibly, the spores began to circulate. They were too fine to be caught by the primary particulate filters. They were an organic compound the chemical sensors were not designed to detect. They were ghosts in the machine, flowing out of the vents in the Tier C and D residential corridors, in the staff quarters, in the central garden. The first person to feel the effects was Percival Croft. He woke up in the middle of the night, convinced that the floral pattern on his wallpaper was writhing like a nest of snakes. He gasped for air, clutching his chest, his heart hammering against his ribs. In the staff quarters, Antoine Dubois, the chef, found himself weeping uncontrollably as he stared at a stack of nutrient paste packages, convinced they were whispering insults to him. The change was subtle at first, a heightened sense of anxiety, a flicker of movement in the corner of an eye, the unsettling feeling of being watched. But as the concentration of spores in the air grew, the effects became more pronounced. People began to experience vivid hallucinations, auditory and visual. Their deepest fears and anxieties were being projected onto the world around them. The next morning, the central garden was a scene of quiet, unnerving chaos. A woman was screaming at a holographic bird, accusing it of spying on her. A man was huddled under a table, whimpering about the walls closing in. The liabilities in Tier D were the most affected, their systems already weakened by stress and poor nutrition. Lena noticed it immediately. As a doctor, she recognized the signs of mass hysteria, but this was too sudden, too widespread. She saw the dilated pupils, the paranoid glances, the dissociated states. It was like an entire ward of psychiatric patients had manifested overnight. She found Marcus near the waterfall, his face grim. "What is happening to them?" she asked. "I don't know," he admitted, "but it's getting worse." Just then a piercing scream cut through the garden. It was Isabella Monet. She had emerged from her suite, her sedation having worn off. But she was not the person she had been before. Her eyes were wide, unblinking and fixed on the ceiling. A faint, almost imperceptible dusting of glittering spores shimmered on her hair and the shoulders of her silk robe. She pointed a trembling finger at the perfect artificial sun. "It sees us," she shrieked, her voice echoing through the vast chamber. The eye is opening." She began to laugh, a high, manic sound that scraped at the nerves. The other affected residents turned to look at her, their own delusions momentarily forgotten, their faces a mixture of fear and awe. They saw her not as a hysterical woman, but as a prophet. Lena rushed towards her, her medical instincts kicking in. "Isabella, calm down. It's me, Lena." Isabella's head snapped towards her. Her eyes were not just wide. They were filled with a terrifying alien light. She smiled, a gesture that held no warmth, no humanity. "The singing lights told me," she whispered, her voice a conspiratorial hiss. "We are the new seeds. We are here to help the garden grow." She collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing. Lena knelt beside her, checking her pulse, her pupils. As she brushed the woman's hair from her face, she felt the fine, shimmering dust on her own fingers. It looked like harmless glitter, but Lena had a sudden, terrifying intuition. This was not psychological. This was biological. An alarm began to blare. Not the lockdown alarm, but a shrill, piercing medical alert from the bunker's AI. On the main screen, the community roster was replaced by a single, flashing message. Warning: unidentified airborne biological agent DETCTED in multiple SECTORS. Quarantine PROTOCOLS initiated. The controlled, psychological game was over. A new, far more terrifying variable had just been introduced into the sealed box, and it was alive. Chapter 6: The Red Line. The first blare of the quarantine alarm was a physical shock, a brutal spike of sound that shattered the bunker's carefully constructed illusion of peace. It was an ugly, industrial noise, devoid of the melodic chimes that governed their daily lives. It was the sound of a system acknowledging its own failure. On the main screen, the word quarantine flashed in stark crimson letters. The AI's voice, the same calm, synthetic presence as before, spoke with a new, chilling authority. Airborne biological agent detected. Threat level: indeterminate. Initiating compartmentalization protocol 7. Before anyone could fully process the words, the haven began to transform. From hidden seams in the walls and ceilings, heavy steel shutters descended with grinding finality. With a series of percussive booms, they slammed into the floor, sealing the central garden from the dining hall, the residential corridors from the elevator banks, the medical wing from the gymnasium. The open, flowing design of the bunker was gone, replaced by a claustrophobic maze of sealed boxes. The world shrank to the size of a single room. In his command center, Sterling Vance stood motionless, watching the chaos on his monitors. The bio-alarm was a variable he had not accounted for. His main atmospheric board showed perfect, clean air, green lights across the board, yet the secondary sensors in the residential wings were screaming red. It was a contradiction, an impossibility, a ghost in his perfect machine. "Report," he snapped, his voice tight. The warden's voice emanated from the main console. Unidentified fungal spore detected. High concentrations in Central Garden, Tier C and D residential corridors and lower-level staff quarters. Origin point unknown. Pathogen analysis is inconclusive. Seal the command wing. Seal our residents. Full isolation, Sterling commanded. No air is to be exchanged with the general circulation. Activate the silver particle filtration cycle. He was not afraid. He was insulted. His sanctuary had been violated. Down in the residential corridor, Lena reacted on pure instinct. She grabbed Leo, her mind a maelstrom of fear and focus. "To our room, now." They made it inside their sweet moments before a shutter slammed down, cutting their section of the corridor off. The heavy thud vibrated through the floor. Leo was crying, terrified by the alarms and the sudden violence of their environment. Lena held him, her own heart hammering against her ribs. She was sealed in with her son, but what was sealed in with them? She looked at her own hands, at the faint, glittering dust she'd gotten from Isabella. She went to the suite's medical station, a small panel on the wall that contained a basic diagnostic kit. Inside was a digital microscope. She carefully transferred a few of the glittering particles to a slide and placed it under the lens. The image that appeared on the small screen made her breath catch. They were not dust. They were spores, complex and alien in their structure. Each one was a tiny, barbed seed, covered in microscopic hooks that seemed designed to latch onto organic tissue, and they were pulsing with a faint, internal light. This was no ordinary mold. It was something engineered, or something evolved for a very specific purpose. The blaring alarm cut off, replaced by an oppressive silence. A new message appeared on her sweet screen. It was a map of the bunker, now divided by thick red lines. The central garden was a solid block of red labeled Quarantine Zone 1. Her corridor was yellow, Buffer Zone. The Vance's wing was green, Sterile Zone. They were rats in a compartmentalized cage. Odelia Vance's face appeared on the screen. She looked severe, her composure a weapon. For the safety of the community, all residents will remain in their suites. The air in the buffer zones is potentially compromised. Leaving your suite is prohibited. Food and water will continue to be delivered. The situation is under control. It was a lie, and Lena knew it. She had to get to the infirmary. Her suite's microscope was a toy. She needed a real lab. She needed spectrographs, cell cultures, antiviral agents. She had to understand what this thing was. She went to the door and pressed the intercom. "Odelia, this is Lena Haddad. I need to get to the infirmary. I have a sample of the contaminant. I have to analyze it." Odelia's voice came back instantly, cold and sharp. "Negative, doctor. The medical wing is now a sterile zone. Your presence there would constitute a breach of quarantine. You will remain in your suite. That is an order." "You don't understand. People are having severe neurological symptoms. We need to develop a treatment." "Your concern is noted," Odelia replied, her voice dripping with condescension. "Your duty for now is to remain an asset, not become a vector. Stay in your room." The intercom clicked off. Lena stared at the sealed door, her mind racing. Leo had coughed once or twice since they'd been back in the room. Was it just his asthma, or was it the spores? The thought was a physical pain. She was trapped. A doctor with no lab, a mother with a vulnerable child, locked in a box while a plague crept through the vents. Meanwhile, the quarantine shutters had trapped Marcus Cole in the place he knew best, the dark. He was in a main artery of the maintenance network when the alarms went off, and the steel doors had sealed him in. For him, it was not a prison but a key. While the residents were locked in their gilded cages, he had the run of the entire backstage. He pulled up the schematics on his tablet. The quarantine zones corresponded exactly with the airflow from Sector 4. It was proof. The blind spot was the source of the plague. He had to get there. He had to find the origin and shut it down. He began to move through the tunnels, his footsteps echoing in the metallic silence. He was in the lower levels, the service and engineering decks that were the bunker's true heart. The air here was thicker, heavy with the smell of machine oil and dampness. As he got closer to the coordinates for Sector 4, he noticed a change. A faint blue light was bleeding from around the edges of a sealed ventilation shaft, and he could hear something. A low, resonant hum, like a deep, single-note chant. He followed the light and the sound. It led him to a large, humid chamber where massive air scrubbers and coolant pipes converged. The source of the light was immediately apparent. The fungal bloom had grown to monstrous proportions. It covered an entire wall, a pulsating 20-foot mass of glowing, gelatinous flesh. It was a living tapestry of eerie blue and violet light, its surface swirling with hypnotic patterns. The hum was coming from the growth itself, a vibration that seemed to penetrate his bones. In the center of the chamber, huddled near the base of the bloom, was the fox, Bijou. It was not afraid. It was watching the pulsating light, its head cocked as if listening to a conversation. As Marcus watched, the fox darted forward and licked a viscous fluid that was weeping from the base of the fungus. It then curled up, seemingly content. Marcus stared, a cold understanding dawning on him. This wasn't just a mold. It was an ecosystem, a complex life form, and it was connected directly to a massive air intake vent, the primary vent for Sector 4. It had found the bunker's bronchial tube and made a home there. He had found the source. But as he looked at the sheer size of it, at the way it was integrated with the machinery itself, he knew this wasn't something he could just rip out. He was an engineer, not an exterminator. He had to stop the airflow. Back in the central garden, the quarantine zone, the situation had evolved. The dozen or so residents trapped inside were no longer panicked. A strange calm had settled over them. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, their eyes wide and unfocused. Isabella Monet stood on a table in the center of the garden, her arms outstretched. She was speaking, but her words were nonsense, a stream of consciousness babble about a body of light and the song of the walls. The others listened, enraptured. They began to move things. They dragged benches and tables, uprooted the decorative plants, tore down the holographic projectors. They were building something at Isabella's feet, a strange, altar-like structure, a nest. They were no longer individuals. The spores had dissolved their egos, replacing them with a single, unified consciousness. They were the first members of a new church, and their god was a fungus growing in the dark heart of the machine. The game of survival had changed. It was no longer a war of humans against humans. It was a war for the definition of humanity itself. And the first battle was about to be fought over a locked door to a laboratory. Chapter 7: The Blind Spot. Marcus watched the colossal, pulsating bloom, the low hum it emitted vibrating in his chest. This was it, the blind spot. Sterling Vance's secret modification hadn't just created an opportunity for this thing to grow. It had given it a direct, unmonitored airway into the lungs of the bunker's population. He felt a surge of cold fury. This wasn't an accident. It was the result of one man's selfish, paranoid design. He backed away from the chamber slowly, his mind racing. He couldn't destroy the growth. It was too big, too integrated. Tearing it out might rupture a coolant line or damage the scrubber system, and a direct assault would likely release a catastrophic plume of spores. The only logical move was to cut off its distribution. He had to shut down the airflow to Sector 4. He brought up his schematics, tracing the ductwork and the power conduits. The manual airflow override for Sector 4 was not in this chamber. It was in a separate environmental control substation, 2 levels down. Getting there would mean navigating a labyrinth of service corridors that were now, according to the map on his tablet, crawling with Jet Vance's newly deputized security patrols. Sterling was trying to reassert control over the physical plant. Marcus began to move, a ghost in the bunker's arteries. He used his knowledge of the facility to his advantage, slipping through dusty crawl spaces and forgotten access ways, the sound of his own breathing loud in the silence. The bunker that had been his workplace was now a hostile territory. Above, in the yellow-lit confines of the buffer zone, Lena was waging her own war. She paced her suite, a caged animal. Leo was asleep, his breathing shallow but regular for now. Every cough, every restless shift in his sleep sent a fresh spike of adrenaline through her. She was a surgeon, a woman of action, and the enforced helplessness was a special kind of torture. Odelia's refusal to grant her access to the infirmary was a death sentence, not just for the infected but potentially for her son. She had to get into that lab, but the door was electronically sealed, controlled by the command center. She couldn't force it. She needed to outsmart it, and she knew only one person who might have the skills to do that. She went to the wall panel next to her door. There was a suite-to-suite communication function, a feature for the wealthy residents to arrange social calls. She keyed in the number for Dominic Wexler's suite. A message flashed on the screen. Suite 12 is currently in disciplinary lockdown. All systems disabled. She tried again, this time accessing the emergency broadcast channel, a little-known function for system-wide alerts. She routed it specifically to Wexler's suite, a tiny exploitation of the system's architecture. "Wexler, Dominic, can you hear me?" She spoke into the panel, her voice low. For a long moment there was only static. Then a weak, crackling voice came back. "Who is this? What's going on out there?" He sounded strained, his usual arrogance stripped away by hours of isolation in the dark. "It's Lena Haddad. There's been a biological outbreak, a fungus. It's airborne and it's causing hallucinations, psychosis. The whole bunker is on lockdown." "A fungus," Wexler's voice was incredulous. "Vance did this. This is part of his game." "No, this is real," Lena insisted. "And Vance is locking everything down. He's denied me access to the infirmary. I need to get in there to analyze this thing to find a treatment. The door is electronic. I can't get through, but you can. You're a hacker." "My terminal is dead. He cut me off completely," Wexler rasped. "But you know the systems," Lena pushed, her desperation making her voice sharp. "If I can get your power back on, could you get me through that door, from your suite?" There was another long pause. She could almost hear the gears turning in his head. He was a creature of transactions. "What's in it for me?" "You'll be out of the dark," Lena said, "and I'll make sure you and your bodyguard are first in line for whatever cure I can synthesize. Deal?" "A deal," Wexler's voice came back, a flicker of his old self returning. "There's an emergency power conduit in the maintenance panel behind my suite. If you can trip the relay, it should restore my local systems." It was a risky, desperate plan, but it was a plan. In his sterile command bubble, Sterling Vance watched his world unravel. The neat, orderly collapse he had envisioned was turning into a chaotic biological insurgency. His authority was being challenged not by a rival, but by a mold. He addressed the healthy residents in the green and yellow zones via the screens, his face a mask of grim resolve. A malicious biological agent has been introduced into our community, he announced, his voice resonating with false sincerity. This was a deliberate act of sabotage, likely perpetrated by those who resent the security and order we have built. They seek to bring chaos and sickness into our sanctuary. He was framing the outbreak as a class war, a terrorist attack by the lower-tiered residents. He was giving the healthy a target for their fear. The infected are a threat, he continued. They are compromised. For your own safety, they must be contained. I am authorizing the formation of a community protection detail under the command of my son, Jet. Volunteers will be granted Tier A rations and priority access to all cleared facilities. We will restore order. We will purge the sickness. We will survive. It was a brilliant move. He was offering food and security in exchange for loyalty, turning his residents into a private militia. The fear of the plague was now greater than the resentment of his tyranny. People began to volunteer. Zane, the trainer, argued against it, but he was shouted down. Sterling Vance was consolidating his power, using the crisis to forge an army. Down in the central garden, the hive mind was also consolidating its power. The nest-like structure was nearly complete, a bizarre, organic-looking tangle of furniture, synthetic turf, and uprooted plants, all woven together. Isabella stood at its peak, her eyes vacant, swaying gently as if to a silent music. The other infected moved around her, their actions synchronized. They were no longer just building, they were foraging. They stripped the nutrient dispensers, gathering the tasteless food paste. They diverted a water line from the koi pond. They were creating a new society, a new ecosystem, with the fungus as their god and Isabella as their oracle. The game had a new set of players, and their motivations were utterly alien. They didn't want food or power in the human sense. They wanted to grow. They wanted to spread. And the bunker was their perfect, sealed terrarium. Marcus finally reached the environmental substation. It was a cramped room filled with humming machinery and blinking lights. He found the control panel for Sector 4's airflow. It was shielded by a heavy metal case, locked with a high-level command key. He couldn't force it. He could, however, cut the power to the entire substation. It was a crude solution, a sledgehammer to a complex problem. It would knock out the fans, but it might also disable other critical systems. As he contemplated his next move, he heard the sound of heavy boots in the corridor outside. A patrol. He ducked behind a bank of servers, his heart pounding. The voices were close. It was Jet Vance. Sweep all lower levels. Anyone you find who is not on the roster gets detained. Father says the saboteur is probably hiding in the engineering decks. We find him, we end this. Marcus held his breath. They were hunting for him. Sterling had already turned him into a scapegoat. He was no longer an engineer. He was the saboteur, the terrorist who had brought the plague upon them all. He was trapped between a growing monster and a hunting party of frightened, newly empowered residents. He had the solution in front of him, but executing it would mean revealing his position and facing the consequences. Chapter 8: A Garden of Flesh. With Wexler's guidance whispering through her comm panel, Lena pried open the maintenance hatch in the corridor. The air inside was cool and still. "Okay, I'm in. It's a mess of wiring. Look for a thick red cable leading to a rectangular junction box," Wexler's voice crackled. "It should be labeled EPR-12. Emergency Power Residential Suite 12. There's a manual circuit breaker. A big, ugly switch. Flip it." Lena found the box, her hands shaking slightly in the narrow space. She braced herself and threw the heavy switch. A loud clank echoed in the tunnel, followed by a surge of energy she could feel through the floor. "I've got power," Wexler's voice came through, clear and triumphant. "My terminal is live. Give me a minute. I'm in the local network. Now the infirmary door. Vance will have it locked down with top-tier encryption. But he's arrogant. He'd assume no one could get a terminal online down here. He won't be watching for a localized intrusion." Lena waited, her ear pressed to the panel, listening to the frantic tap of Wexler's keyboard. Seconds stretched into an eternity. Almost there. He's got a nasty little logic bomb in here, but he's sloppy. He routed the emergency systems through the same primary controller. Amateurs. Okay, try it now. Lena scrambled out of the tunnel and ran to the infirmary door. She placed her hand on the keypad. It flashed green with a soft chime. The heavy door hissed open. She slipped inside, the clean, antiseptic smell a stark contrast to the fierce, stale air of the corridor. She was in. She immediately sealed the door behind her, then slumped against it, a wave of relief so intense it almost brought her to her knees. The infirmary was a sanctuary of science. She ran to the main analysis station, a state-of-the-art biochemistry lab compressed into a single console. She placed the slide with the spores under the electron microscope. The images that filled the large screen were far more terrifying than what she had seen on the small, sweet monitor. The spores were not simple seeds. They were complex biological machines. The microscopic barbs were designed to anchor into lung and neural tissue, but there was something else. Inside each spore was a coiled structure that looked disturbingly like a viral RNA strand. This wasn't just a hallucinogen. It was a vector. She worked feverishly, running a spectrographic analysis. The fungus was a chimera of terrestrial mold and something else, something with a protein structure she had never seen before. It seemed to thrive on the specific blend of nutrients in the bunker's recycled air and water. But the most horrifying discovery came when she introduced a sample of human blood serum into the culture. The spores didn't just activate, they unfurled. The coiled structures inside injected themselves into the blood cells. The fungus wasn't a parasite in the traditional sense. It didn't feed on the host, it interfaced with it. It hacked into the host's cellular machinery, using it to replicate. And its waste products were potent psychoactive compounds, custom-tailored to the host's own brain chemistry. It was turning its victims into living bioreactors, generating the very hallucinations that kept them docile and compliant. The garden that grows within was terrifyingly literal. Isabella Monet and the others weren't just infected, they were being colonized. While Lena was making her discovery, Sterling Vance was facing his own crisis. The quarantine was failing. The spores were too fine, too pervasive. One of his newly deputized protection detail members, a Tier B accountant, had started screaming about spiders crawling out of the ration packs. The infection was spreading to his own people. His perfect, controlled world was rotting from the inside out. He stood before his command console, his face pale with rage. The psychological game was over. The biological reality was too chaotic. He needed a reset, a purge. "Warden," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "Access the fire suppression system for the central garden, the Tier C and D corridors, and all connecting maintenance tunnels." "Accessing," the AI's voice replied. "Halon Gas and Co. 2 base systems are available. Initiate a full purge sequence for those sectors. Halon Gas. Saturation level, 99%. Eradicate all biological signatures," Sterling commanded. There was a half-second pause. "Warning," the AI stated. "Human vital signs are detected in the target sectors. A 99% halon saturation will be 100% fatal to all personnel in those zones." "They are no longer personnel," Sterling hissed. "They are a contamination. The losses are acceptable. Execute." "A command-level security override is required," the AI said, its voice unwavering. Sterling placed his palm on a scanner and spoke a code phrase. "Override Alpha 01. The order is absolute." "Override accepted," the warden replied. "Purge sequence initiated, T-10 minutes." A new, grim countdown timer appeared on the main screen in the command center. He was going to gas them. The infected, the liabilities, anyone caught in those zones. It was a clean, efficient solution. A surgeon's cut to remove the cancer. Deep in the engineering deck, Marcus heard the announcement through the maintenance comms. A system-wide alert, spoken in the AI's calm voice. "Warning. Halon gas purge sequence has been initiated for designated quarantine sectors. All personnel must evacuate immediately." His blood ran cold. 10 minutes. Vance wasn't just containing the threat, he was annihilating it and dozens of people along with it. But Marcus knew something Vance didn't. The sudden, violent change in atmospheric pressure from a massive gas release would act like a piston, forcing a hyper-concentrated blast of spores from the bloom through the unmonitored ducts of Sector 4. It wouldn't cleanse the bunker. It would be a death sentence for everyone. He would be gassing the healthy along with the sick. He looked at the locked override panel, then back towards the corridor where he'd heard Jet's patrol. He was out of time for subtlety. He grabbed a heavy wrench from a nearby toolkit. In the infirmary, Lena also heard the alert. Her heart seized. Leo. Her son was in a buffer zone corridor connected to the purge sectors. The gas might not reach him directly, but the spores would. Vance's cure was going to kill her son. She frantically called Marcus on her tablet. "Marcus, do you hear this? He's going to kill everyone." "I hear it," Marcus's voice came back, strained and breathless. "I'm at the Sector 4 override, but Jet's team is down here. I'm pinned." "You have to stop the airflow before that gas hits," Lena yelled. "The pressure change will spread the spores everywhere." She looked around the infirmary, her mind racing. She had identified the enemy, but she had no weapon. A cure, a treatment would take days to synthesize, but a counteragent, something to neutralize the spores in the air, it might be possible. The fungus was a biological entity. It had to have a weakness. She scanned the analysis results. It was highly reactive to nitrogen-based compounds, the kind of high-concentration agricultural fertilizer used in the hydroponics lab. The hydroponics lab was on the other side of the infirmary wall, but the only entrance was through the central garden, through the nest of the infected. A new countdown appeared on her infirmary screen, synchronized with the main system. 9:13, 9:12. Sterling Vance watched the timer, his expression grimly satisfied. Marcus Cole gripped the wrench, listening to the approaching footsteps of Jet's patrol. Lena Haddad stared at the locked door leading to a garden of monsters, the potential salvation for her son lying just beyond it. The clock was ticking down in 3 different places, 3 desperate gambles converging on a single, fatal moment. The game was no longer about winning. It was about who would be left when the clock hit 0. Chapter 9: The Devil's Arithmetic. The countdown was a universal heartbeat, a metronome counting down to mass execution. 8 minutes. Marcus Cole made his decision. Stealth was a luxury he could no longer afford. He hefted the heavy steel wrench, its weight a grim comfort in his hand. He stepped out from behind the servers just as Jet Vance and 2 members of the new protection detail rounded the corner. They saw him instantly. For a half-second, everyone froze in the sterile light of the corridor. Jet was the first to react, raising a heavy-duty flashlight like a club. He was a predator who had just cornered his prey. "There he is, the saboteur," Jet yelled, his voice booming in the enclosed space. "Get him." Marcus didn't wait. He lunged, not at Jet, but at the locked override panel on the wall. He swung the wrench with all the force he could muster. The steel rang out with a deafening clang as it struck the panel's reinforced lock. The metal dented, but the lock held. The 2 deputies charged him. Marcus was an engineer, not a brawler, but desperation gave him a brutal edge. He sidestepped the first man's clumsy rush, bringing the wrench around in a low arc that connected with the man's knee. The deputy went down with a scream of pain. The second man hesitated, his face a mask of fear. Jet ignored his fallen men. He saw what Marcus was doing and charged straight for him. He was faster and stronger than Marcus, a product of a life of training for this very kind of violence. He tackled Marcus, driving him hard against the opposite wall. The wrench flew from Marcus's grip, skittering across the concrete floor. Jet's forearm pressed against Marcus's throat, pinning him. "You're done," Jet snarled, his face inches from Marcus's. "You're going to watch your little friends get scrubbed, and then I'm going to." His words were cut short by a voice from the maintenance comms panel on the wall. It was Lena. She had been listening, her end of the channel open. "Jet, stop. Your father is making a mistake," she yelled, her voice distorted by the small speaker. "The purge won't work. It will force the spores through the entire bunker. It will kill everyone, including you." Jet faltered, his pressure on Marcus's throat lessening for a fraction of a second. "What are you talking about?" "There's a blind spot in the life support system. Sector 4. Your father's private filtration system created it. That's where the fungus is growing. The gas purge will act like a cannon, firing the spores through that blind spot and into the sterile zones. Your father's system is going to poison you. The truth, raw and undeniable, hit Jet with the force of a physical blow. He had seen the green lights on his father's monitors. He had believed in the perfection of the system. But Lena's words, the sheer terror in her voice, rang with a conviction that was impossible to ignore. His father had lied. In that moment of hesitation, Marcus acted. He drove his knee up into Jet's groin. Jet grunted in pain, his grip loosening completely. Marcus shoved him away, scrambled for the wrench, and turned back to the panel. He swung again and again, the rhythmic, desperate clang of steel on steel echoing down the corridor. The lock finally broke. He tore the panel door open. Inside was a simple red lever, the manual override. He grabbed it and pulled it down. A groan of protesting machinery sounded from deep within the walls as massive shutters slammed shut, sealing the Sector 4 ducts. The airflow was cut. He looked at the countdown on a nearby monitor. 4 minutes remaining. He had stopped the spores from spreading, but the gas was still coming. Everyone in the quarantine zones was still going to die. In the infirmary, Lena heard the groan of the machinery through her comm. "Marcus, did you do it?" "The airflow is cut," he panted. "But the gas is still coming, 4 minutes." "It's not enough," Lena said, her mind racing. "We have to stop the purge itself." She looked at the door leading to the central garden. There was only one path. In the command center, Sterling Vance saw the alert flash on his console. "Warning! Manual override ACTIVATED in Environmental Substation 7. Sector 4 airflow is offline." He stared at the screen, his mind refusing to process the information. An impossibility, a failure. Someone was in his walls, breaking his perfect machine. His son's voice crackled over the comm. "Father, what is Sector 4? Jet's voice was tight with a dawning, terrible suspicion. "Maintain your position," Sterling commanded, his own voice betraying a flicker of uncertainty for the first time. "The saboteur is feeding you lies." "He cut the power," Jet said. "He stopped the ducts, the doctor." She said, "You lied." The word hung in the air between them. Lied. Sterling cut the channel. He couldn't afford dissent, not now. He turned his attention to the infirmary's internal camera. He saw Lena staring at the door to the garden. He knew what she was planning. She was going to try and reach the hydroponics lab. He couldn't allow that. He couldn't allow her to be a hero. He accessed another system. "Warden, lock down all internal doors in the medical wing. Seal the infirmary. She goes nowhere." The sound of internal bolts slamming into place echoed through the lab. Lena was trapped again. 3 minutes. She frantically scanned the lab. There had to be another way. Her eyes landed on a reinforced biohazard disposal chute in the corner of the room, used for incinerating contaminated medical waste. According to the schematic on the wall, it led to the central reclamation furnace, deep in the lower levels. But the chute itself passed through the wall shared with the hydroponics lab. It was a crazy, desperate idea, but it was the only one she had. "Marcus," she said into her calm, "Vance has me locked in. I have an idea, but I need a distraction. A big one. Something that will draw his attention away from the purge system for 30 seconds." A distraction. Marcus's voice was strained. He was still facing Jet and the other deputy in the corridor. What kind of distraction? "Something that threatens him directly," Lena urged. "Something he can't ignore." Marcus looked from the angry, confused face of Jet Vance to the schematics still glowing on his tablet. He saw the main power conduits, the ones that fed the command center and the Vance family's private suite, the ones that powered Sterling's precious silver box. He knew what he had to do. "I've got an idea," he said, his voice grim. "Get ready." He turned to Jet. "Your father is about to murder dozens of people to cover up his own mistake," Marcus said, his voice low and urgent. "You can stand there and let him, or you can help me save them. Your choice." Jet stared at him, his face a whirlwind of confusion, betrayal, and ingrained loyalty. The countdown clock on the wall read 2 minutes. In the central garden, the infected were oblivious to the impending chemical storm. They were arranging the last of the nutrient packs on their strange, organic altar. Isabella Monet stood above them, her head tilted back, her mouth open, as if receiving a silent communion. The air around them began to shimmer as the first, invisible tendrils of the halon gas precursor seeped from the ceiling vents. The game was no longer about strategy. It had been reduced to a brutal, frantic series of calculations. The devil's arithmetic. How many lives could be saved? What was the price? And who would have to pay it? Chapter 10. The Fire Next Time. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The number glowed on the monitor, a final, damning judgment. "What's it going to be, Jet?" Marcus pressed, his knuckles white around the wrench. "Are you your father's enforcer or your own man?" Jet looked at the fallen deputy, groaning on the floor, and then at Marcus. The certainty he had lived with his entire life was crumbling. He said, "This was for our survival." "Look around," Marcus gestured at the grimy corridor. "This isn't survival. This is a tomb he built for himself, and we're just the furnishings. The main power conduit for the command wing is through that wall. I'm going to cut it. It's the only way to stop the purge. Either help me or get out of my way." Before Jet could answer, Sterling Vance's voice, cold with fury, boomed from the comms. "Jet, I gave you an order. Subdue the saboteur. The purge is the only way to ensure the long-term integrity of this facility." That was the moment the last piece of Jet's loyalty fractured. Facility. Not community. Not people. Facility. He was his father's son, but he was not his father's machine. "No," Jet said, his voice quiet but firm. He turned to Marcus. "Show me." The other deputy stared aghast. "Sir, you can't." "Go," Jet commanded him. "Get back to the sterile zone. That's an order." The man scrambled away, leaving the 3 of them in the corridor. Marcus didn't waste a second. He pointed the wrench at a large, armored panel. "It's in there. We have to get through the casing." As they began to work, levering the heavy wrench into the seams of the panel, Lena put her own desperate plan into motion. She dragged a heavy steel gurney over to the biohazard chute. Using it as a platform, She began to attack the chute's thick metal wall with the sharpest, heaviest instrument she could find in the lab, a surgical bone saw. The noise was horrendous, a high-pitched scream of metal on metal that grated on the nerves. But it was working. She was creating a weak point, a score line in the chute's hardened shell. 1 minute. The halon precursor was now thick in the air of the central garden. The infected began to react. Their strange, synchronized movements faltered. One of them, a former stockbroker, clawed at his throat, a look of pure, animal panic on his face as the gas displaced the oxygen in his lungs. Isabella Monet stumbled on her altar, her eyes blinking, the fungal connection momentarily severed by the primal need to breathe. She looked down at her followers, gasping and collapsing, and for the first time in days, a flicker of her old self of pure terror returned to her face. 50 seconds. The casing on the power conduit finally gave way with a groan of tortured metal. Inside was a thick, insulated cable, the primary power line to the command center. If we cut this, the emergency batteries will kick in, but the main systems will have to reboot. It should interrupt the purge sequence, Marcus said, breathing heavily. Do it, Jet said. 40 seconds. Lena put all her weight into the bone saw. With a final, ear-splitting shriek, a section of the chute broke away, leaving a jagged, man-sized hole. Beyond it was the humid, earthy darkness of the hydroponics lab. She had a path. 30 seconds. Sterling Vance watched on his monitors, his face a mask of disbelief. His son, his own flesh and blood, was helping the saboteur. They were about to cut his power. He saw Lena break through into the hydroponics lab. His control was collapsing on all fronts. Panic, an emotion he had long since dismissed as a weakness for lesser men, began to prickle at the edges of his composure. He slammed his hand on the console. Warden, manually override the reboot sequence. Keep the purge active even on emergency power. Command not possible, the AI replied. System integrity protocols prevent overriding core safety functions during a power interruption. His own safeguards, his own perfect planning, were being used against him. 20 seconds. I can't cut through that with a wrench, Marcus said, looking at the thick cable. Jet didn't hesitate. He unholstered the standard-issue emergency sidearm he carried. It was a kinetic pulse pistol, designed for non-lethal riot control, but at point-blank range, it could deliver a devastating energy burst. Stand back, Jet ordered. He aimed the pistol at the cable. In the hydroponics lab, Lena scrambled through the rows of genetically engineered plants. She found what she was looking for: large, pressurized tanks of liquid nitrogen fertilizer. The label on the side warned, extreme caution, highly reactive. 10 seconds. Now MARCUS, Lena screamed into her comm. Jet fired. A brilliant flash of blue energy erupted from the pistol. The power cable exploded in a shower of sparks, plunging the entire lower level into absolute darkness. The humming of the machinery died, replaced by the rising shriek of emergency power systems kicking in. In the command center, Sterling Vance was thrown into darkness as his main monitors went black. Emergency lights, red and menacing, flickered to life. The countdown timer for the purge vanished, replaced by a single word: rebooting. Lena didn't wait. She grabbed the release valve on the nitrogen tank and wrenched it open. A cloud of vapor, colder than death, hissed out, enveloping her. She aimed the nozzle at the ventilation intake that connected to the central garden. The air system, MARCUS, I need the fans, full power. In the dark, guided by the light of his tablet, Marcus fumbled with the rebooting substation controls. He bypassed the safety governors and slammed the virtual switch for the main circulation fans to maximum. The effect was instantaneous. The powerful fans roared to life, pulling the super-concentrated cloud of nitrogen fertilizer from the hydroponics lab and forcing it at hurricane speed into the central garden. The nitrogen-rich gas, a potent defoliant, hit the spore-infested atmosphere like a chemical fire. The complex organic structure of the spores was violently torn apart. The air itself seemed to curdle. For the infected, it was an agonizing, fatal shock to their colonized systems. They convulsed on the floor, their bodies breaking down from the inside out as the fungal network within them was flash-fried. The nitrogen gas also hit the halon precursor. The two highly reactive chemical compounds met in the air, an unplanned, volatile marriage. A single spark from a short-circuiting holographic projector was all it took. A flash of silent, brilliant white light filled the central garden. It was followed a millisecond later by a concussive roar as the entire atmosphere of the vast chamber ignited. The resulting fireball, a swirling vortex of chemical flame, blew outwards with incredible force. It slammed into the quarantine shutters, buckling the thick steel. It roared down the corridors, incinerating everything in its path. The explosion ripped through the upper levels of the bunker. In her suite, Odelia Vance was thrown from her feet as the screen wall displaying a serene forest view shattered inwards, revealing the raw concrete and steel behind it. In his lockdown suite, Wexler felt the floor heave. In the command center, Sterling Vance was knocked backwards as the shockwave hit, his perfect sanctuary now a tomb of screaming alarms and dying systems. The last thing he saw on his rebooting monitors was a wall of fire engulfing the camera in the central garden. He had wanted a purge. He had gotten one. A fire to cleanse the world he had built, a fire born from his own arrogance and the desperate, frantic actions of those he had tried to control. The game was over. The board was on fire, and the few remaining pieces were scattered in the darkness and the smoke, their survival no longer a matter of strategy, but of pure, dumb luck. Chapter 11: The Broken World. The world was remade in fire and thunder. Lena was thrown across the hydroponics lab as the floor buckled. The blast wave was a physical blow, a fist of superheated air that tore the delicate growing racks from their moorings and shattered the glass tanks. She slammed into a wall, the impact driving the air from her lungs. For a moment, there was only a blinding white light and a roar that consumed all other sound. Then, darkness. She woke to the sound of dripping water and the shrill, intermittent shriek of a dying smoke alarm. The air was a toxic cocktail of smoke, chemicals, and the sickeningly sweet smell of burned vegetation. Her head throbbed, a deep, rhythmic pain that matched the pulsing of the single, red emergency light that cast long, dancing shadows across the wreckage. Her arm was on fire. She looked down and saw a long shard of glass embedded in her forearm. Leo. The thought cut through the pain and confusion with the clarity of a surgeon's scalpel. She had to get to Leo. She staggered to her feet, using a wrecked planter to steady herself. The lab was a ruin. The hole she had cut into the biochute was now a gaping, twisted wound in the wall. The main door to the infirmary was gone, blown off its hinges. Beyond it lay a corridor choked with thick, black smoke, her path back. She tore a strip of cloth from her jumpsuit and tightly wrapped her bleeding arm, the pain a distant, secondary concern. Every second wasted was a second Leo was breathing this poison. She moved into the corridor, covering her mouth with her sleeve. The heat was intense. The walls were scorched black, the polished metal panels melted and warped. The world of calculated luxury was gone, replaced by a raw, industrial hellscape. The journey down the corridor was a nightmare of obstacles. A collapsed ceiling panel blocked her path, forcing her to crawl through a narrow, sparking gap. The automated fire suppression system was failing, releasing sporadic, choking bursts of foam that made the floor slick and treacherous. She finally reached her residential block. The heavy quarantine shutter was buckled outwards, a testament to the explosion's force. The door to her suite was jammed, bent in its frame. She threw her shoulder against it again and again, her grunts of exertion lost in the cacophony of alarms. The metal groaned but didn't give. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at her throat. "Leo," she screamed, her voice raw. In the engineering levels, the world had simply vanished. One moment, Marcus and Jet were standing in the light of Jet's pistol flash. The next, the floor heaved and the lights went out, replaced by an absolute, disorienting blackness. The roar of the explosion was a deep, gut-wrenching vibration that seemed to shake the very foundations of the bunker. "Report!" Jet yelled out of instinct, his voice swallowed by the dark. "Power is gone, completely," Marcus shouted back, his voice tight with alarm. "The emergency batteries in the command wing must have been compromised by the blast. We're on local capacitors. We've got minutes, maybe less." They used the light from Marcus's tablet to assess the situation. The corridor was a mess of fallen conduits and fractured concrete. They were alive, but they were in the heart of a dying machine. "The main life support systems run through this level," Marcus said, his light tracing the path of massive, now silent ventilation ducts. "If we don't get at least partial power back online, the entire bunker will be unlivable in hours. The CO2 levels will be the first to kill us." Jet nodded, his face grim in the pale glow. The hierarchy he had served his entire life had been vaporized. There were no tiers now. There was only the machine, and the machine was broken. "My father's command center has its own independent power grid. If we can get to it, we might be able to reroute power to the critical scrubbers." "The command center is on the top level," Marcus said. "The elevators will be dead. It's a long climb through the service ladders." "Then we start climbing," Jet said, a new, hard sense of purpose in his voice. The mission was no longer about control, it was about survival. In that very command center, Sterling Vance was pinned beneath a collapsed ceiling panel. His leg was bent at an unnatural angle, the pain a white-hot nova in his consciousness. The room was a wreck. Sparks rained down from the ceiling. His throne of monitors was a graveyard of shattered glass and dead screens. The warden was silent. He was blind, he was crippled. He was utterly, completely powerless. He slammed his fist against the floor, a guttural roar of pure, impotent rage tearing from his throat. His perfect, orderly world had been torched by the chaotic, unpredictable variables he had so arrogantly dismissed. He was just another liability, trapped in the wreckage of his own grand design. Lena, fueled by adrenaline, found a length of bent pipe in the corridor. Using it as a lever, she jammed it into the gap in her suite door and put all of her weight into it. Metal screamed against metal. With a final, agonized groan, the lock mechanism shattered and the door scraped open just enough for her to squeeze through. The suite was dark, the air thick with dust. The screen wall was a spiderweb of cracks, the serene landscape it once displayed now a glitching, fractured nightmare. "Leo," she called out, her voice a ragged whisper. A small whimper came from the bedroom. She found him huddled in the far corner, a blanket pulled over his head. He was alive. He was terrified, coughing from the dust, but he was alive. She swept him up into her arms, burying her face in his hair, a single, racking sob of relief escaping her lips. She held him for only a moment before her training took over. She checked his breathing, his pulse. He was okay for now. But the air was getting thinner, the smell of smoke stronger. "We have to go, sweetie," she said, her voice a strange mix of fierce determination and gentle reassurance. "We have to find a safe place to breathe." She carried him out of the ruined suite back into the hellscape of the main corridor. The bunker was no longer a sanctuary. It was a tomb, and the walls were closing in. Her new game was simple: find clean air, find Marcus, find a way out of the broken world buried beneath the silent, unforgiving desert. Chapter 12: The Carrion Eaters. The immediate aftermath was a battle for breath. Lena, carrying Leo, navigated the treacherous, smoke-filled corridors, her destination the one place she knew might be sealed: the infirmary. The main door was gone, but the lab itself was a positive pressure environment designed to keep contaminants out. Its independent air system, though now running on failing batteries, was likely still scrubbing the air. She found it as she'd left it, a bubble of clean, sterile order in a world of chaos. The emergency lights cast a cold, white glow on the pristine surfaces. She sealed the buckled doorway as best she could with a fallen cabinet, then immediately set Leo down and checked his breathing with a stethoscope. The smoke had irritated his lungs, but it was manageable. For now, they were safe. Over the next hour, the bunker began to exhale survivors. People emerged from their suites, their faces smudged with soot, their eyes wide with shock. The rigid social structure of the tiers had been incinerated. Now there were only two kinds of people: the living and the dead. But in the absence of one hierarchy, another, more primitive one began to form. Gavin Shaw, the former head of security, had survived. He and a handful of the men he had deputized for the protection detail had been in the security office, far from the blast's epicenter. He was a man who understood one thing: power flows from the barrel of a gun, or in this case, from the control of a locked door. He gathered his men. "Vance is gone," he said, his voice a low growl. "The system is broken. That means we're in charge now. Order is what matters, our order." Their first move was to secure the two most valuable resources, the central food stores and the infirmary. They found the food stores untouched, sealed behind a fire door. They posted a guard. Then they moved on the medical wing. They arrived to find the entrance blocked by Lena's makeshift barricade. "Hello," Gavin Shaw's voice called out. "Anyone in there? This is security." Lena's heart jumped. "Shaw, is that you?" "Dr. Haddad, good, we're securing this area. Open the door." It wasn't a request. Lena hesitated. She needed help, but the tone in Shaw's voice set her on edge. "Is anyone with you?" "My team. Now open up. We need to do an inventory of the medical supplies." An inventory. The same cold language the Vances had used. She knew then that this was not a rescue. It was a hostile takeover. "The supplies are for everyone," she called back. "They need to be triaged for the injured." "I'll decide who gets what," Shaw replied, his voice hardening. "This is a secured zone. You have 10 seconds to open this door or we'll open it for you." Lena looked at the heavy cabinet, then at Leo huddled on a medical cot. She was a doctor, not a soldier. She had no choice. She moved the cabinet. Gavin Shaw and his 3 men pushed into the room. They were armed with the kinetic pulse pistols from the emergency locker. They looked at Lena, then at the vast stores of medicine and equipment, their eyes glinting with the raw hunger of opportunism. "This area is now under the control of the Community Protection Detail," Shaw announced, the title a self-appointed fiction. "We'll handle all distribution." He gestured to one of his men. "Start cataloging everything, especially the painkillers and antibiotics. They're the new currency." They were carrion eaters, feasting on the corpse of the old world. At that same moment, a different kind of survivor emerged from the wreckage. Odelia Vance stumbled out of her ruined suite, her elegant clothes torn and blackened, a deep gash on her forehead bleeding freely. Her physical composure was gone, but the cold, calculating light in her eyes remained. She saw Shaw and his men taking the infirmary. She saw the other residents, huddled and fearful. She saw a power vacuum. She didn't approach Shaw directly. That would be a sign of weakness. Instead, she observed. She watched as he turned away a man with a severe burn, telling him to wait his turn. She saw the fear he inspired, but also the resentment. His control was based on brute force alone. It was artless. It was fragile. She approached him later, not as a supplicant but as a peer. "Mr. Shaw," she said, her voice raspy from the smoke but still carrying its old authority. An impressive display of initiative. Shaw turned, his hand tightening on his pistol. "The Vances aren't in charge anymore." Sterling's vision was flawed, Odelia agreed smoothly, dabbing at her wound with a piece of torn silk. He failed to account for the human element. He tried to manage people like they were numbers on a spreadsheet. Your method is more direct, but it lacks sustainability. Shaw eyed her with suspicion. "What do you want?" I want what you want, Odelia said, her eyes locking onto his. Order, stability, survival. You have the muscle, Mr. Shaw, but you lack the strategy. You're treating these people like prisoners. That will only lead to a revolt. You need to give them a reason to follow you. You need to give them an enemy. She gestured vaguely towards the engineering levels. The saboteur, Marcus Cole, the man who caused all this, who nearly got us all killed. The people are scared. They need someone to blame. Give them a villain and they will hail you as their savior for protecting them from him. I can help you with that. I can manage the people while you manage the security. It was a perfect pitch. She was offering him legitimacy, a story to justify his rule. Shaw, a man of simple violence, was seduced by the complex cruelty of her logic. A new, unholy alliance was formed in the smoky ruins of the bunker. Miles away, in the dark and cramped service shafts, Marcus and Jet finally reached the upper levels. The climb had been grueling. They emerged into a corridor near the command center, their bodies aching, their clothes slick with grease and sweat. The destruction here was less severe, but the systems were dead. The primary power conduit is severed, Marcus said, looking at a dead diagnostic panel. But the grid for this wing should be intact. We need to find the auxiliary power generator and see if we can get it online. Jet nodded, looking at the sealed, imposing door of his father's command center. What about him? He's not a priority, Marcus said, his voice hard. Breathing is the priority. But as they moved down the hall, Jet noticed something. The emergency lights were flickering in a strange, rhythmic pattern. Long, short, long. It was a code. One his father had taught him as a boy for emergencies. SOS. His father was alive, and he was calling for help. Jet stared at the blinking light, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. The man who had built this tomb, who had lied to him, who had tried to murder dozens of people, was now asking for salvation. The man who held the master keys to every system in this bunker, the only one who might know a true way out, was trapped. Saving him might be their only hope, or it could be their final, fatal mistake. Chapter 13. A Covenant of Monsters. It's a trap, Marcus said flatly, his gaze fixed on the blinking red light. We open that door, he finds a way to regain control. We're right back where we started, only this time we're the saboteurs and he's the victim. Or he's a dying man pinned under a ton of debris, Jet countered, his voice tight. He's still the only one who knows the master overrides for this entire facility. He might be the only person who can tell us if there's a secondary escape route, or how to get the main door open without bringing the whole mountain down on our heads. The logic was undeniable, but it felt like a poisoned chalice. We get the power on first, Marcus insisted. We get the scrubbers running. We stabilize the environment. Then we can talk about rescuing the man who broke it. Jet didn't argue. He knew Marcus was right. But the blinking light was a siren's call, a primal pull of family, and a lifetime of ingrained obedience. They found the auxiliary power room 2 corridors down. It was a cathedral of machinery, dominated by a massive diesel generator, a relic of old-world technology in this futuristic tomb. It was designed for a black start, a complete system reboot. It was their only hope. The blast must have severed the main fuel line, Marcus diagnosed after a few minutes, his light scanning the complex array of pipes and gauges. But the local tank is full. We can get it started, but we'll have to bypass the automated system and do it manually. It's risky. A fuel leak in here, a single spark. He didn't need to finish the sentence. They would be at the heart of another, even bigger explosion. While they worked, a new social order was cementing itself around the infirmary. Odelia Vance, her face now cleaned and bandaged by a terrified but compliant Lena, had become the brains of Shaw's new regime. She established a simple, brutal system: labor in exchange for medical care, information in exchange for extra food, loyalty in exchange for protection. She stood before the assembled survivors in the main residential corridor, her voice calm and commanding. Your old lives are over. Your wealth means nothing. Your status is gone. There is only work, and there is the enemy who brought this upon us. She pointed down a dark corridor. Marcus Cole, the engineer who sabotaged our life support, the terrorist who caused the explosion. He is still out there, hiding in the dark, perhaps with other conspirators. He may try to poison our water. He may try to shut down what little power we have left. Gavin Shaw and his team will hunt this monster down. They will keep us safe. And you will help them. You will report anything you see. You will work to clear the debris. You will earn your survival. She was a masterful manipulator, turning the survivors' fear and grief into a weapon she could aim. Lena watched in horrified silence, forced to stand by Odelia's side as a symbol of the new order's control over medicine. She saw the looks on people's faces. They were desperate for a narrative, for someone to blame, and Odelia was giving them one. The hunt for Marcus Cole was no longer just a security operation. It was a crusade. Back in the power room, Marcus and Jet managed to bypass the fuel line. It was a tense, delicate operation, their hands slick with diesel fuel in the cramped space. "Okay," Marcus said, wiping his hands on his jumpsuit. "The fuel is flowing. Now for the ignition sequence. It's a 3-step process. I'll handle the primary injectors. You'll need to manually turn the crank on the starter motor. It's going to fight you. When I give the signal, you turn. Hard, got it?" Jet nodded, gripping the heavy iron crank. "On 3, Marcus said, his hand hovering over a large red button. 1, 2, 3. He slammed the button. Jet threw all his weight into the crank. The motor screeched in protest, a horrible, grinding sound. The generator sputtered. A cloud of thick, black smoke belched from its exhaust. "Again," Marcus yelled. They tried again. The generator coughed, wheezed, and then with a deafening roar it caught. The massive engine roared to life, the vibrations shaking the entire deck. One by one, the lights in the room flickered on, not the dim red of the emergency capacitors, but the full, bright white of primary power. Across the upper levels, the bunker began to breathe again. Lights flickered on. The main circulation fans, the massive lungs of the facility, whirred to life, pulling the toxic smoke from the corridors and feeding it through the now active scrubbers. It was a resurrection. The effect was immediate. For the survivors, it was a miracle. The return of light and clean air was a powerful symbol of hope, and Shaw and Odelia took full credit. "Your loyalty and hard work have been rewarded," Odelia announced over the newly active comms. "We are restoring our home." But in the command center, the returned power had a different effect. Sterling Vance's monitors flickered to life. The main systems were still offline, but his personal terminal, running on its own isolated circuit, booted up. He was no longer blind. He immediately accessed the internal security cameras, his fingers flying across the keyboard despite the searing pain in his leg. He saw it all. He saw Odelia, his own wife, standing beside Gavin Shaw, commanding the loyalty of the survivors. He saw her turning Marcus Cole into a folk devil. He saw her seizing control of his kingdom. Betrayal, cold and absolute, washed over him. And he saw Jet. He saw his own son, standing next to Marcus Cole in the auxiliary power room, the two of them looking like victorious soldiers. The betrayal from his son was the deepest cut of all. His face, illuminated by the cold glow of the monitor, twisted into a mask of pure reptilian fury. They had taken everything from him. They had left him to die. He had offered them a perfect, orderly world, and they had chosen chaos. He began to type, his fingers moving with a new, terrible purpose. The main escape hatch was inoperable. The life support was crippled, but he was still the architect. He still knew the secrets. There were other systems, systems that no one else knew about. Final, desperate, spiteful systems. If he could not have his kingdom, no one would. "Marcus," Jet said, his voice quiet in the roar of the generator. "The SOS is still blinking." Marcus looked at Jet, then at the diagnostic screen that showed the air quality slowly returning to safe levels across the bunker. They had saved the community for now. But Jet was right. The man in the command center held the ultimate keys. And now that the power was on, he was no longer a helpless victim. He was a wounded dragon, trapped in his lair, with access to every system in the mountain. "Okay," Marcus said, his voice grim. "Let's go talk to your father." It was a decision born of necessity, a covenant with a monster to save them from the other monsters he had created. They had no idea that they were walking towards a man who was, at that very moment, arming the bunker's final, self-destruct protocol. Chapter 14: The Architect's Ghost. The door to the command center was a slab of reinforced steel, its electronic lock dead. "He's trapped in there, but we're locked out," Marcus said, examining the inert keypad. "There's a maintenance override," Jet said, "a mechanical release behind this panel." He indicated a section of the wall. Together they pried it open. Inside was a simple, heavy lever. It was a failsafe designed for a catastrophic power failure. Jet wrapped his hands around it. "This is it. Once we open this door, there's no going back." He pulled the lever. With a hiss of depressurizing hydraulics and the groan of heavy, well-oiled gears, the lock disengaged. They pushed the massive door open and stepped inside. The scene was one of controlled devastation. The main view screen was shattered, and the air smelled of burnt electronics, but the emergency lights cast a cold, clinical glow on the central command chair. Sterling Vance was there, his leg trapped beneath a fallen beam, his face pale and beaded with sweat, but his eyes burned with an undiminished, feverish intensity. He was not a victim. He was a king holding court on his ruined throne. My prodigal son returns, Sterling hissed, his gaze locking onto Jet. And he brings the serpent with him. Father, we had to restore the power, Jet began, but Sterling cut him off. You chose them over me. You chose chaos over order. You chose the rabble over your own blood. You lied to us, Jet shot back, his voice echoing in the wrecked chamber. You put everyone's life at risk for your own private air supply. I planned for every contingency, Sterling roared, trying to push himself up, the pain making him gasp. I planned for the weakness of others. That is not a crime, it is a necessity. I built this sanctuary to save us from the flawed, sentimental world outside, and you brought its chaos in here with you. Marcus stepped forward, his expression grim. The games are over, Vance. We need your help. We need a way out. Is there another exit, an override for the main blast door? Sterling Vance laughed, a dry, rattling sound that turned into a grimace of pain. A way out? You think I would build a back door for the rats to escape through? This facility is a sealed system. Its integrity is absolute. There is only one way in and one way out. Then help us open it, Marcus said. We can work together, get everyone out. Everyone, Sterling sneered. My wife, who now rules my kingdom alongside a brutish thug. The ungrateful wretches who now hunt you as a monster. You want to save them. They are the disease. I was the cure. He looked at his monitor, a single screen still glowing in the wreckage. But you are right. The game is over, and I have already initiated the final protocol. Jet and Marcus exchanged a look of alarm. What final protocol? Jet demanded. Sterling smiled, a chilling, triumphant expression. The one I designed for a scenario just like this. A complete failure of internal command, a hostile takeover, a situation where the facility's integrity is irreparably compromised. It's called the Scorched Earth Protocol, a fitting name, don't you think? He tapped a key on his console. A new screen appeared displaying a schematic of the bunker. At its heart was a single, pulsing red icon labeled Geothermal Core. This bunker is powered by a deep-bore geothermal tap, Sterling explained, his voice taking on the quality of a lecturer. It provides limitless energy, but the core can also be deliberately destabilized. By venting the coolant and overriding the pressure regulators, the geothermal energy will feed back into the core, creating a cascading thermal reaction. In approximately 30 minutes, the entire facility and a good portion of the mountain above it will be subjected to temperatures exceeding that of magma. A final, perfect, cleansing fire. An elegant solution, wouldn't you agree? They stared at him, the sheer, spiteful madness of his plan sucking the air from the room. He wasn't just a tyrant. He was a nihilist. You're insane, Marcus breathed. You would kill us all, including yourself. I would rather be the architect of my own clean, orderly oblivion than live as a prisoner in the chaotic ruin you have all created, Sterling said, his eyes gleaming. The countdown is already active, and the abort codes are known only to me. Then give them to us, Jet pleaded, stepping closer. Father, please. There are no codes, Sterling said, his smile widening. The protocol, once initiated, can only be stopped manually, from the geothermal core control room itself. He looked at the schematic. A room which is located on the lowest level of the bunker, accessible by a single service elevator. An elevator which I have just locked down. Checkmate. He believed he had won. He would die, but he would die as the master of his creation, pulling the world down with him. But he had made one final, arrogant mistake. He had assumed Marcus Cole was just a saboteur. He had forgotten he was also the bunker's lead engineer. "He's wrong," Marcus said quietly, his eyes scanning the schematic on Vance's screen. "There's another way down." Jet turned to him. "What?" "The main coolant intake shaft," Marcus said, tapping a section of the screen. "It runs vertically through the entire bunker right next to the core. It's a straight drop, but there are service ladders. It's not an elevator, it's a chimney." Sterling's smile faltered. He stared at the screen, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. He had overlooked it. A simple maintenance shaft. A flaw in his perfect, fatal design. "We have to go now," Marcus said, grabbing Jet's arm. As they turned to leave, Sterling's voice, now raw with desperation, called after them. "Wait, you can't leave me here. Jet." Jet paused at the door, his back to his father. He looked at the man who had built his world and was now trying to unmake it. "You made your choice," Jet said, his voice cold and heavy with finality. "Now we have to live with ours." They left him there, the architect of the apocalypse, a ghost already haunting his own tomb, his cries for help swallowed by the rising hum of a machine beginning to tear itself apart. The final countdown had begun. Chapter 15. The Heart of the Mountain. The journey down the coolant shaft was a descent into hell. The air grew hotter and more humid with every rung of the service ladder they descended. The metal was slick with condensation, and the low, resonant hum of the destabilizing geothermal core grew from a subtle vibration into a physical presence that rattled their bones. "How much time?" Jet shouted over the rising noise. 20 minutes, maybe less," Marcus yelled back, his voice tight with exertion. His tablet was strapped to his wrist, the schematic of the core control room glowing on its screen. "The manual override is a physical process. We have to re-engage 3 separate coolant valves and then manually crash the system from the main console." They were a small, desperate team against a ticking clock, their only light the narrow beams of their flashlights cutting through the oppressive, steam-filled darkness. Above them, the bunker was dying. The rising temperature was causing systems to fail. The corridors were becoming unbearable, the air thick and scorching. Odelia and Shaw had lost control. Their new world order was melting around them. Panic had taken hold, a primal, stamping fear that erased all alliances. It was every man and woman for themselves, a frantic, futile search for an escape that didn't exist. Lena had herded Leo and a small group of the less injured survivors, including the now lucid but shell-shocked Wexler, into the one place she hoped might offer some protection: the massive, walk-in refrigeration units of the central food store. The insulated walls offered their only slim hope of surviving the coming wave of heat. As she sealed the heavy door, plunging them into a cold, cramped darkness, she sent one last, desperate message to Marcus's comm. "We're in the freezers. Whatever you're doing, do it fast. Good luck." It was a prayer sent into the void. Marcus and Jet finally reached the bottom of the shaft. A heavy, shielded door led to the core control room. "The internal pressure will be immense," Marcus warned. "Get ready." Together, they spun the manual release wheel. With a scream of protesting metal and a violent blast of superheated steam, the door burst open. They scrambled inside, into the very heart of the mountain. The control room was a small, hemispherical chamber of reinforced concrete and steel, with a thick, armored glass window looking out onto the geothermal core itself. The view was apocalyptic. The core, a massive crystalline structure deep within the earth, was no longer the calm, blue heart of the bunker's power. It was a raging, incandescent sun of white-hot energy, pulsing and writhing like a living thing. The temperature gauge on the main console was red-lined, the needle straining against its peg. "The valves, they're on the far wall," Marcus yelled, pointing. They ran, the heat from the window so intense it felt like it was peeling the skin from their faces. The three coolant valves were massive, iron wheels, color-coded red, yellow, and blue. They were designed to be turned by machinery, not by hand. "Together," Jet shouted. They each grabbed a wheel, their muscles straining, veins standing out on their necks. The metal was almost too hot to touch. With a collective, primal roar of effort, they put all their weight into it. Slowly, groaning in protest, the first valve began to turn. In the command center, Sterling Vance watched his masterpiece come undone on his last remaining monitor. He saw the temperature in the core begin to fluctuate. They were succeeding. His perfect, elegant destruction was being averted by brute force and sheer, stubborn will. He could not accept it. His eyes scanned his console. The scorched earth protocol was irreversible, but it was not the only system he controlled. His fingers found another set of commands: the fire suppression system, the halon gas, the system that had failed him once before, but the main reserves were still full. He typed a new command, not to purge the garden this time, but to vent the entire remaining halon reserve directly into the bunker's main air circulation system, the system that Marcus and Jet had so diligently brought back online. It was a final, spiteful act of a king checkmated. If he could not burn them, he would suffocate them. He hit enter. As the second valve finally turned, a new alarm blared in the core control room. A small light on the console began to flash. "Warning: atmosphere contaminated. Oxygen levels critical." Marcus looked at the monitor, his face ashen. "He's venting the halon, the whole bunker. He's trying to choke us out before we can stop the meltdown." They scrambled for the third valve, their lungs already beginning to burn, their vision starting to swim at the edges. They were fighting for every breath, every second. With their combined strength, they gave it one last, desperate turn. It moved. The third valve was engaged. "The console," Marcus gasped, stumbling towards the main terminal. He began to type, his fingers fumbling on the keys. "Initiating emergency shutdown. Rerouting coolant. Come on, come on." The core, visible through the window, raged against its new constraints. It pulsed violently, a final, furious heartbeat. And then, with a deep, shuddering groan that shook the entire mountain, it began to dim. The incandescent white faded to a dull orange, then a cherry red, and finally a sullen, pulsing crimson. The immediate threat of the meltdown was over. But the air was growing thin, toxic. Jet was already on his knees, gasping. Marcus felt a blackness closing in on the edges of his vision. He had saved the bunker from the fire, only to die in the dark. And then he saw it, a small green button on the console under a shielded cover, a button that wasn't on the schematics. The label beneath it was simple: Emergency Atmospheric Purge. It was a last resort system, designed to vent the entire bunker's atmosphere to the outside world in the event of a catastrophic contamination. It would blow every door, every seal. It would expose them to the surface. It was the one thing Sterling Vance had lied about: the back door, the escape hatch. With the last of his strength, Marcus flipped open the cover and slammed his palm down on the button. A sound like a thunderclap ripped through the bunker as, 1,000 feet above them, the main blast door, the massive, multi-ton slab of steel that had sealed them off from the world, fired its explosive bolts. With a scream of tortured metal, it was blown outwards, away from the mountain, crashing into the desert sand in a titanic cloud of dust and debris. Fresh, clean, natural air, smelling of sagebrush and rain, roared down into the bunker's violated lungs, a cleansing hurricane that drove the toxic halon gas before it. In the freezer, Lena and the others felt the pressure change, a violent pop in their ears. In the command center, Sterling Vance heard the roar of the wind, the sound of his perfect, sealed system being utterly, finally breached. He looked at his screen, saw the purge active, alert, and a single tear of pure, frustrated rage traced a path through the grime on his face. Marcus and Jet lay on the floor of the control room, gasping as the blessed, life-giving air washed over them. They had done it. They were alive. Slowly blinking against the unfamiliar sunlight that now streamed down the main elevator shaft, the survivors emerged. Led by Lena, they stumbled out of their broken tomb into the twilight of the New Mexico desert. They were pale, thin, and traumatized, but they were breathing. They stood there, a ragged band of ghosts on the mountainside, looking at a world that, miraculously, had not ended. There were no mushroom clouds on the horizon. The sky was filled with stars. The false alarm had been just that. Their entire apocalyptic ordeal had been a self-contained, man-made hell. Jet looked at the broken mountain, the grave of his father and the life he had known. Marcus stood beside him, looking not at the bunker but out at the vast, open horizon. The game was over. They had survived. And now the long, difficult task of learning to live again was about to begin. Chapter 16: The Spore and the Seed. The first breath of real air was so sweet it was painful. For 2 weeks, the world had been a closed loop of recycled, sterile oxygen. Now the cool night air of the high desert, rich with the smells of dust, creosote, and distant rain, was an intoxicating, overwhelming flood. The survivors, a haggard and soot-stained collection of 30-odd souls, were a study in shock. Some wept openly. Others, like Wexler, stood in stunned silence, staring at the star-filled sky as if it were an alien vista. They had been to the bottom of the ocean and back, and their minds were still struggling to adjust to the pressure change. The authorities arrived within the hour. A lone sheriff's deputy at first, his jaw slack with disbelief at the sight of the massive, smoking blast door and the pale figures emerging from the mountainside. He was soon followed by a swarm of state police, and then the unmarked black vehicles of a federal agency so discreet it didn't have initials. The debriefing was a surreal, disjointed process. They were taken to a hastily erected temporary camp, wrapped in blankets and questioned by calm, professional men and women in dark suits. The story the survivors told was a babble of contradictions. A mad billionaire, a strange sickness, warring factions, a final, fiery explosion. It sounded like a collective delusion, the product of being trapped underground, and the agents treated it as such, their questions gentle but laced with skepticism. Lena kept her answers brief and clinical. She focused on the environmental failure, the breakdown of order. She said nothing of the fungus. To speak of a sentient, hallucinogenic mold that formed a hive mind would be to earn a one-way trip to a padded room. Her primary concern was Leo. He was quiet, clinging to her, his small body trembling. The camp medics had checked him over and, aside from minor smoke inhalation, declared him physically unharmed. Marcus and Jet were separated from the others. Marcus, as the lead engineer, was subjected to intense technical questioning. Jet, as the son of the man responsible, was treated with a mixture of suspicion and pity. He had no answers for them. The name Vance was now a curse, and he was its sole heir. By the third day, the official narrative had been set. Sterling Vance, the eccentric billionaire, had suffered a psychotic break and initiated a catastrophic lockdown of his private folly. The subsequent deaths were the result of system failures and the ensuing panic. It was a tragic but contained story of madness. The government was keen to keep it that way. The survivors were offered generous compensation packages tied to ironclad non-disclosure agreements. They were told to go home and forget. But Lena couldn't forget. A week later, in a quiet, anonymous hotel room hundreds of miles away, she watched Leo sleep. The official story was a comfortable lie, but a small, cold kernel of scientific truth was lodged in her mind. She had seen the spores under an electron microscope. She had seen what they did to human blood. And Leo had been breathing the contaminated air of the buffer zone for hours before the explosion. She had secretly taken a blood sample from him at the camp. Now, using a compact medical analysis kit she had purchased with the preliminary compensation money, she ran the tests. She told herself it was just for peace of mind, a final, necessary act of maternal paranoia. The results came back. His blood count was normal. His oxygen saturation was perfect. There were no foreign bodies. She felt a wave of relief so profound it made her dizzy. It was over. He was safe. She was about to pack the kit away when she noticed an anomaly in the protein analysis. A strange, unclassified peptide chain she had never seen before. It was inert, non-reactive. Most doctors would have dismissed it as a sensor ghost, a data error. But she had seen it once before. It was a faint, trace element in the makeup of the fungal spores. Her blood ran cold. She ran the test again. The result was the same. She gently pulled back the blanket from Leo's small hand. In the soft light of the hotel room, she saw it. A tiny, almost invisible rash on the back of his hand, a faint, web-like pattern of discoloration beneath the skin, like the delicate mycelial threads of a fungus spreading from a single, central point. It wasn't a rash, it was a bloom. The nitrogen blast and the fire had destroyed the garden and the spores, the first stage of the organism. But this was something else, a seed, a different, more resilient form of the organism, designed not to bloom in the air but to grow silently in the blood, waiting. It had integrated with his cells, camouflaging itself, becoming a part of him. Lena stared at her sleeping son, the beautiful, innocent child she had walked through fire to save. The horror of the bunker, the claustrophobia, the violence, the madness, all of it paled in comparison to the terror she felt in that moment. They hadn't escaped the monster. She had carried it out, curled up and sleeping in the veins of her own child. At a secure debriefing facility in Virginia, a different kind of survivor was spinning a different story. Odelia Vance, cleaned up and dressed in a borrowed but elegant pantsuit, sat across from a single, severe-looking man in a gray suit. She had been found in the wreckage, having survived the blast in a reinforced storage locker. Shaw and his men had not been so lucky. Sterling was a genius, but he was unstable, Odelia said, her voice a carefully constructed blend of sorrow and strength. When the systems failed, he lost his mind. He saw conspiracies everywhere. He turned on us. She detailed Sterling's tyranny, his cruelty. She spoke of the unfortunate sickness that took hold, a mass hysteria caused by the stress. She painted Marcus Cole and Lena Haddad as well-meaning but reckless individuals whose actions, in trying to seize control from her husband, had led to the final, tragic explosion. She, on the other hand, had been a voice of reason, a calming influence who had tried to hold the community together. "It's a tragedy," the man said, his expression unreadable. "It is," Odelia agreed, "but it's also a valuable lesson. The facility itself, the technology, it was flawless. It was the human element that failed. Under the right leadership, a project like the Haven is not just viable, it's essential for national security." The man steepled his fingers. "And you believe you could provide that leadership?" Odelia smiled, a faint, confident gesture. "I am the only one who truly understands what went wrong, and I am the only one who knows how to make it right." She had lost a kingdom, but she had just found a new and infinitely more powerful sponsor. She did not mention the fungus. A biological agent of that potency was not a problem to be disclosed. It was a weapon to be controlled. And she had a strong suspicion that the reckless Dr. Haddad might be the only person on Earth who truly understood it. Finding the doctor and her son had just become her primary objective. Lena packed a bag, her movements swift and silent. She took the analysis kit, a burner phone, and all the cash she had. She woke Leo gently. "Time for a road trip, sweetie," she whispered, her voice betraying none of the terror that was screaming in her soul. He looked up at her, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "Are we going to find the secret garden, Mommy?" he murmured. Lena froze, her heart stopping in her chest. "What garden, baby?" "The one from the Whispers," Leo said, his voice fading as he drifted back to sleep. "The pretty, glowing one that sings." She scooped him up, her last fragile hope turning to dust. She walked out of the hotel, out of the life they were supposed to have, and into the night. She was no longer just a mother. She was the sole guardian of a secret that could end the world and the keeper of the boy who was now its vessel. She had to find Marcus. She had to find Jet. She was a doctor with only one patient, and the disease was a monster that was learning how to dream. Chapter 17: Ghosts of the Machine. 3 months after their escape from the mountain, Marcus Cole was living under a new name in a cramped apartment in Portland, Oregon. He was surrounded by the anonymous gray drizzle of the Pacific Northwest, a deliberate choice, the opposite of the stark, dry desert he was trying to forget. The government NDA had come with a generous severance and a strong suggestion that he disappear. He had taken them up on it. He worked from home, a freelance security consultant, using his intimate knowledge of how systems fail to help corporations protect themselves. It was ironic. He spent his days building digital walls for others while his own mind was a ruin, haunted by the ghosts of the bunker. He'd wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom smell of scorched electronics and halon gas in his nostrils, the screams of the dying echoing in his ears. He followed the news obsessively, searching for any mention of the other survivors, any hint that the official story was fraying. There was nothing. It was as if the haven had been a mass hallucination. One rainy Tuesday, an encrypted email slipped past his firewalls. There was no sender, no subject line, just a single, embedded audio file. He hesitated, his paranoia clashing with his curiosity. He ran it through 3 different virtual machines before he finally played it. It was Lena's voice, distorted and strained, but unmistakably hers. "Marcus, I hope this finds you. I can't stay on long. They're looking for me. Not the government, someone else. Listen to me. It wasn't over. The fungus. It survived. It's in Leo. It's dormant, but it's changing him. He's dreaming things he couldn't possibly know." He drew a picture of the geothermal core. Marcus felt the blood drain from his face. "I need your help," Lena's voice continued, a raw, desperate edge to it. "I don't know who to trust. I've been running, but they're smart. They track my purchases, my digital footprint. I think it's Odelia. She survived. She has to be behind this. I need a ghost. I need you to help me disappear for real this time. And I need to find Jet. He's the only other person who knows the whole truth." The audio file ended. It was programmed to self-delete after playing. He was left with the sound of the rain and the thunder of his own heart. The bunker wasn't a memory. It was a cancer in remission, and it was coming back. He immediately went to work, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He wasn't just building walls anymore. He was looking for ghosts. He searched for Lena Haddad and her son. As she'd said, her official trail went cold 2 months ago. But Marcus wasn't looking at official trails. He dove into the dark web, into the back channels of data brokers and information markets. He found her shadow, small, cash-only purchases of medical supplies. Burner phones activated for a few hours at a time along a wandering, nonsensical path across the Midwest. But he also found another shadow, a larger, more sophisticated one, dogging her every move. A well-funded professional team was hunting her. They were using predictive analytics, satellite surveillance, and facial recognition sweeps of public cameras. This wasn't the government. This was corporate. military-grade corporate, Odelia. He found Jet Vance more easily. Jet hadn't hidden. He had taken his blood money and moved to a remote, windswept town on the coast of Maine. He bought a fishing boat and spent his days on the cold, gray Atlantic, battling the waves and the ghosts of his own. He was trying to punish himself, to find some kind of penance in the harsh, unforgiving solitude of the sea. Marcus sent his own encrypted message. To Jet, a simple news article about a strange fungal bloom discovered in a New Mexico cave system, not far from the bunker site. A false story, planted by Marcus himself in the obscure corners of the internet, but the keywords would be a dog whistle only Jet would hear. To Lena, a complex string of code that, when entered into a specific ATM in a specific town in Colorado, would dispense not cash, but a bus ticket and a key to a post office box containing a new set of clean, untraceable identities for her and Leo. And a message: Maine, find the sea. He was back in the game. The engineer who knew how the machine worked was now using his skills to break it, to help his friends slip through its cracks. He was no longer a consultant. He was a saboteur again, and this time he was fighting for more than just survival. He was fighting for the future. In a sterile, white laboratory deep within the headquarters of a private military contractor in Virginia, Odelia Vance looked at a screen displaying a map of the United States. Red dots marked Lena had its last known locations. A new green dot had just appeared in Portland. The analyst, Caspian, the same man who had been the oracle in the bunker, sat at the console. His psychotic break had been carefully nurtured, his paranoia honed and focused by Odelia. He no longer saw prophecies in static. He saw them in data streams. "She's getting help," Caspian said, his voice a low, raspy monotone. "Her movements have become erratic but disciplined. The ghost in the machine, it's the engineer. He's awake." "Good," Odelia said, a thin, cruel smile on her lips. "I was hoping he would surface. It's so much more efficient to catch all the rats in the same trap." She turned to a man in a crisp military uniform standing behind her. "Activate the asset in Maine. It's time to bring Mr. Vance back into the fold, voluntarily or otherwise." The man nodded and walked away. The asset in Maine was a former Special Forces operator, now working as a consultant on Odelia's payroll. His specialty was extraction. Odelia looked back at the map. The lines were converging. The last pieces of her old life were being gathered, brought together for the final act of a play only she truly understood. The fungus wasn't a threat, it was a key. And Leo Haddad was the lock. With the boy and a sample of his unique adapted blood, her new employers could reverse engineer the organism. They could control it, weaponize it. The power her husband had sought in his tomb of steel, she would now wield on a global scale. The Haven had been a prototype. The world would be the final product. Chapter 18: The Salt and the Rot. The salt spray was a constant baptism, washing away the grime of the past, or so Jet Vance told himself. He wrestled with a heavy fishing net, the muscles in his back and shoulders burning, the roar of his boat's diesel engine a welcome noise that drowned out the quieter, more insidious voices in his head. Here, on the churning gray waters off the Maine coast, there were simple truths: the weather, the tide, the fish. A man's worth was measured by the strength of his back and the fullness of his nets. It was an honest, brutal penance. When he came ashore, his small house was a fortress of solitude. He ate, slept, and stared out at the unforgiving sea. He had no phone, no television. He had a satellite internet connection for weather reports and supplies, nothing more. But one evening, a headline on a local news aggregator caught his eye. The story Marcus had planted. Strange bioluminescent fungus puzzles scientists in New Mexico cave. The words hit him like a physical blow. Bioluminescent, fungus, New Mexico. It was a message in a bottle sent across a digital ocean. Marcus was alive, and the monster wasn't dead. He spent the next 2 days torn. Part of him, the larger part, wanted to ignore it, to cast the line back into the sea and forget. He had escaped. He had survived. He owed the world nothing. But the other part, the part that had stood with Marcus in the dark, the part that had defied his own father to stop a massacre, knew that some debts can never be fully paid. His decision was made for him. On the third day, a man appeared at the end of his private, weather-beaten pier. The man was unassuming, dressed in hiking gear with a friendly, disarming smile. "Jet Vance," the man called out as Jet was securing his boat. Jet's entire body went rigid. No one in this town knew his real name. "Who's asking?" "A friend of your mother's," the man said, his smile never wavering. "She's very worried about you. She'd like you to come home." Jet felt a cold dread that had nothing to do with the chill sea breeze. His mother. The last he had heard, she had been assisting the government with their inquiry. This man was not a government agent. He moved with a quiet, predatory grace that Jet, trained from birth to recognize such things, knew belonged to a professional. "My mother is dead," Jet said, his voice a low growl. He began to walk slowly up the pier, his hand casually gripping a heavy metal fish gaff. "Odelia is very much alive," the man said pleasantly. "And she's very persuasive. She started a new project, and she feels your unique experience would be a valuable asset. She asked me to extend you a job offer." "I'm not interested," Jet said, his eyes scanning for escape routes. There were none. The pier, the boat, the open sea, he was cornered. "That's a shame," the man said, his smile finally fading, replaced by a look of professional regret. "Because she was very clear. The offer wasn't optional." The man moved with blinding speed. Jet swung the gaff, a wild, desperate arc, but the man was already inside his guard, his movements precise and economical. A hard, sharp blow to Jet's side drove the air from his lungs. Another to the back of his neck sent a shower of white-hot sparks through his vision. Jet crumpled to the wooden planks of the pier, the world dissolving into a black, roaring tunnel. His last conscious thought was of the salt spray on his face, a final, failed baptism. Miles away, in a quiet bus station in Boulder, Colorado, Lena Haddad held a sleeping Leo in her arms. She had followed Marcus's cryptic instructions, her nerves frayed, seeing threats in every shadow. The key from the ATM had opened a P.O. box containing a new driver's license, a new social security card, a new life for a woman named Sarah Jenkins and her son, Cody, and a bus ticket to a place she had never heard of, Rockland, Maine. She held the ticket, her thumb tracing the name of the destination. "Find the sea." It was a risk, a huge risk. It felt like walking into a trap, but it was the only path Marcus had given her. She had to trust him. Leo stirred in his sleep, murmuring words that were becoming terrifyingly familiar. "The garden is thirsty," he whispered, his small brow furrowed. "The roots are digging deep." Lena pulled him closer, a fresh wave of fear washing over her. The changes were becoming more pronounced. It wasn't just the rash on his hand, which now sometimes seemed to glow with a faint, internal light in the dark. It was his dreams. He spoke of tunnels and wires, of a silver box that breathed, of a man with a face like stone. He was dreaming the bunker's memories. The organism inside him wasn't just dormant. It was data mining, accessing the latent memories in his own traumatized mind, learning. The bus arrived with a hiss of air brakes. Lena stood up, her body aching with fatigue. She looked at her son, this strange, beautiful, terrifying child who was becoming less hers and more something else. She was a doctor with the most unique patient in the world, on her way to a rendezvous with the only two men who might understand. She boarded the bus and didn't look back. She was Sarah Jenkins now, a single mother heading east for a fresh start, a lie to hide a terrible truth. She was a scientist, carrying a living, evolving plague, heading towards a coastline where a war she didn't even know had started had just claimed its first prisoner. The spore and the seed were on a collision course with the salt and the rot. Chapter 19. The Rockland Rendezvous. The bus ride was a 3-day journey through the slow, unfolding heart of America. For Lena, it was a blur of greasy spoon diners, anonymous motels, and the constant, low-grade hum of anxiety. Leo was a different child on the road. The constant motion seemed to soothe the thing inside him. He was quiet, watchful, his eyes taking in the passing landscape with an unnerving intensity, as if he were memorizing it, cataloging it. She had one brief, encrypted conversation with Marcus. "Maine is a bad idea," he'd said, his voice a tense whisper over the burner phone. "Odelia has assets everywhere. She knows about Jet. This feels like she's hurting you." "She doesn't know about you, Marcus," Lena had countered. "You're the ghost. You're the one variable she can't predict. I have to trust that you have a plan." "The plan is changing every second," he'd admitted. "Just get to Rockland. Don't talk to anyone. I'll find you." She arrived in the small, salt-scoured city of Rockland on a raw, gray morning. The air smelled of low tide and diesel. Gulls screamed over the fishing fleet in the harbor. It felt like the edge of the world. Following Marcus's final instruction, she found a small, discreet guest house overlooking the harbor, paid in cash, and waited. The wait was the hardest part. For 48 hours, she and Leo stayed in the room, the walls closing in. The rash on Leo's hand was more pronounced here, a delicate, lace-like pattern of faint, silvery lines. He was dreaming more, muttering in his sleep about a man made of salt and a boat made of bones. Lena's medical kit was almost useless. She was tracking the symptoms of a disease for which there was no diagnosis, no precedent, no cure. She was a cartographer mapping a new and terrifying continent that was appearing, continent-sized, inside her own sun. On the third morning, there was a soft knock on the door. Not the loud, confident knock of an enemy, but a hesitant, almost furtive tap. Lena's heart hammered against her ribs. She looked through the peephole. It was Marcus. He looked thinner, his face etched with a new, sharp tension, but it was him. She threw the door open. They didn't speak. He stepped inside and she locked the door behind him, the simple act of sliding the bolt home a moment of profound, shared relief. He looked at her, then at Leo, who was watching him with wide, curious eyes. "It's good to see you, Lena," he said, his voice quiet. "You too, Marcus," she breathed. "I was starting to think." "I know," he interrupted gently. "It was a risk. I had to make sure you weren't followed." He knelt down to Leo's level. "Hey, buddy, I'm a friend of your mom's." Leo didn't smile. He simply stared at Marcus, his head tilted. "The ghost," he said, his voice a clear, high bell. "You live in the walls." Marcus froze, his eyes locking with Lena's. The fear and confirmation in that shared glance was a silent, chilling conversation. "We have a problem," Marcus said, standing up, his tone all business now. "A big one. Jet's gone. Odelia's people took him 2 days ago. They cleaned out his house, took his boat. He's vanished." Lena felt a cold dread spread through her. "So it is a trap." "It's a trap, but we're already in it," Marcus confirmed. "Leaving now is just as dangerous as staying. Odelia isn't just hunting you anymore, Lena. She's consolidating her assets. First Jet, now you. She's gathering all the people who know what really happened in that mountain." "What does she want?" "She wants the fungus," Marcus said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "But more than that, she wants to control it. And to do that, she needs the original source code. She needs Leo." He gestured to the boy, who was now quietly drawing on a notepad with a crayon. "He's not just a carrier, is he? He's a living hard drive. The fungus is learning from him, but he's also learning from it. He's becoming the first human fungal symbiote." Lena just nodded, unable to speak. To hear her deepest fears spoken aloud gave them a terrible, concrete reality. Marcus looked at the drawing Leo was making. It was a boat floating on a dark sea. And in the boat was a man, his face a simple, childish circle, but his body was covered in a web-like pattern of lines, just like the rash on Leo's hand. And from the man's head, a thin, thread-like line like a puppet string went up and off the page. "He knows," Marcus breathed. "He knows where Jet is." "He dreams," Lena said, her voice trembling. "The whispers, they show him things." "Then he's our only way to find Jet," Marcus said, a new, desperate plan forming in his mind. "And Jet might be our only way of getting to Odelia." He turned to Leo. "Leo," he said, his voice gentle, "the man in the boat, can you tell me where he is?" Leo looked up from his drawing, his eyes unfocused, as if he were looking at something far beyond the walls of the small room. "He's sleeping," Leo whispered. "In the cold house. The house that floats on the water. The garden is trying to wake him up." Marcus's mind raced. A cold house. A house that floats. Not a house at all. A ship. Odelia wasn't holding Jet in a building. She was holding him on a boat somewhere out in the harbor or in one of the hundreds of secluded coves along the jagged coastline. It was the perfect, mobile black site. "We need to get a look at every ship in this harbor," Marcus said, turning to Lena. "Odelia's people will be looking for us on the land. They won't expect us to come from the sea." The plan was insane. They were a doctor, an engineer, and a psychic child against a private military force. But it was the only plan they had. That night, under the cover of a thick coastal fog, a small, unassuming fishing trawler slipped out of a neighboring town's harbor. At the helm was Marcus, using his severance money to hire a grizzled, tight-lipped captain for a late-night marine survey. In the small cabin below, Lena held Leo, who was now fast asleep, his dreams a living, terrifying map that they were about to follow into the heart of enemy territory. The rendezvous was over. The hunt had begun. Chapter 20. The House That Floats. The fog was a blessing, a thick, disorienting blanket that muffled sound and swallowed light. It turned the familiar shapes of the harbor, the buoys, the jetties, the other boats at anchor, into ghostly, ephemeral things. Marcus stood in the trawler's wheelhouse next to the captain, a taciturn man named Silas, his eyes straining to pierce the gloom. The rhythmic sweep of the radar was their only true sense of the world around them. "Looking for a needle in a haystack, son," Silas grunted, his voice a gravelly rumble. "Dozens of coves up this coast. A man could hide a battleship out here for a month, and no one would be the wiser." "We're not looking for a battleship," Marcus said, his gaze fixed on the green, circular sweep of the radar. "We're looking for something that doesn't belong. A research vessel, a private yacht, something with a high-tech signature." Below deck, Lena sat with Leo in the cramped, diesel-scented cabin. The boy was asleep, but his rest was not peaceful. He twitched and murmured, his small face a mask of concentration. He was their compass, their divining rod, and Lena watched him with a mixture of hope and heart-wrenching fear. "Cold," Leo whispered, his eyes still closed. "So cold, the metal man is singing." "What's he singing, sweetie?" Lena prompted, her voice barely audible over the thrum of the engine. "A sad song," Leo murmured, "about the dark and the deep." An hour passed. Then two. They crept along the coastline, the trawler's engine a low throb in the night. Silas was an expert navigator, weaving his boat through the treacherous, rock-strewn channels with an instinct born of a lifetime at sea. "Got something," Silas said, his voice suddenly sharp. He pointed a thick, weathered finger at the radar screen. There, tucked in behind Sparrow Island, a single large vessel, no running lights, no AIS beacon, a ghost ship. Marcus felt a surge of adrenaline. "Can you get us closer? Not too close, just close enough to get a look." Silas nodded, his hands moving deftly on the controls. The trawler changed course, slipping silently towards the coordinates. As they rounded the tip of the small, pine-covered island, they saw it. It was a sleek, modern research vessel, painted a flat, non-reflective gray, its lines sharp and militaristic. It sat dead in the water, a dark, silent shape against the slightly less dark gray of the fog-shrouded cliffs behind it. There were no lights, no signs of life, but Marcus knew. This was it, the house that floats. "That's as close as I go," Silas said, cutting the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the gentle slap of water against their hull. "That boat ain't here for the fishing." Marcus pulled a pair of high-powered, image-stabilized binoculars from his bag. He scanned the ship. It was bristling with antennae and sensor domes. He could see the dark shapes of armed guards patrolling the decks, their weapons held at the ready. This was a floating fortress. "How do we get on board?" Lena asked, coming up the ladder from the cabin. "We don't," Marcus said, his voice grim. "Look at it, it's a suicide mission." "Leo's getting worse, Marcus," Lena said, her voice strained. "The rash is spreading. He was feverish all night. The longer this goes on, the stronger it gets. Jet is the only person who might be able to get us close to Odelia. We have to get him out." As they watched, a small, powerful-looking inflatable boat was lowered from the side of the gray vessel. Two men in tactical gear got in and sped off, heading not towards the mainland, but deeper into a narrow, cliff-lined inlet. "What are they doing?" Lena wondered aloud. Marcus followed them with the binoculars. The inlet was a dead end, a small, rocky beach at its terminus. "It's a shift change," he realized. "There must be a secondary observation post on the cliffs, watching the sea approaches. They're rotating the guard." A new, impossibly risky plan began to form in his mind. "They're not expecting an attack from the sea," he said, thinking aloud. "They're expecting one on the land. Their defenses are pointed outwards. The weak spot is from the cliffs behind them." "You want to climb down a cliff in the middle of the night?" Lena's voice was incredulous. "No," Marcus said. "I want to get dropped off on the far side of the island. I'll circle around through the woods, find their observation post, create a diversion. While they're looking up, you and Silas will approach the ship from the sea. Your only job is to get a medical distress signal to them, a real one." He looked at her. "Leo, his fever, is it real?" Lena paled, understanding his terrible logic. "Yes, it's real." "Then you'll have a real medical emergency," Marcus said, his voice hard. "They won't expect a simple fishing boat with a sick kid on board. It's the one thing they might not be prepared for. It's the one way you might get on that ship." It was a desperate gamble, a plan with 1,000 ways to fail. But as Lena looked from the dark, silent vessel to her son's pale, sleeping face, she knew they had no other choice. An hour later, Marcus was wading through the cold surf onto the rocky shore of Sparrow Island. He gave Silas a single, sharp wave, and the trawler disappeared back into the fog. He was alone, armed with a multi-tool, a roll of climbing rope, and a knowledge of how systems, mechanical, digital, and human, are designed to fail. He found the trail for the observation post easily. 2 sets of fresh boot prints in the mud. He followed them up the steep, pine-choked hillside. The fog was thinner here, above the water. He moved like a ghost, his every sense on high alert. He found the post at the highest point of the cliff, a small, camouflaged tent with a powerful-looking radio antenna. 2 men sat inside, staring at a bank of monitors displaying thermal and night vision feeds of the surrounding sea. Marcus crept closer, his heart pounding. He had one advantage. He was the variable they hadn't planned for. He was the ghost in their machine. He pulled a small, powerful signal jammer from his pack, a device he had built himself. He took a deep breath and flipped the switch. On the monitors, the clear, crisp images of the sea dissolved into a screaming wall of static. "What the hell?" one of the guards swore, slapping the side of a monitor. "Comms are down too. Total blackout. Must be atmospheric interference, the other said. Call it in to the ship. He picked up a satellite phone. It was dead. Damn it. Both of you get out there, he barked into a handheld radio. Sweep the perimeter. I want to know what's going on. This was Marcus's chance. While the guards were scrambling in confusion, he had a window. It was time for Lena to make her move. Chapter 21. The Trojan Horse. The trawler emerged from the fog like a phantom, its engine sputtering, its deck lights flickering erratically. Silas was a masterful actor, guiding the boat in a slow, lurching path towards the gray research vessel. From a distance, they looked exactly like what they were pretending to be, a simple fishing boat in distress. Lena stood on the deck, holding Leo in her arms. He was wrapped in a thick blanket, his face flushed with a genuine, raging fever. The thing inside him, dormant for so long, seemed to be reacting to the proximity of its creators, a violent, internal rebellion that was threatening to consume him. A spotlight from the research vessel cut through the darkness, pinning their small boat in its glare. A voice, amplified and inhuman, boomed across the water. You are approaching a restricted vessel. Identify yourself and state your purpose. Lena shielded her eyes, her heart pounding. This is the trawler Sea Serpent out of Port Clyde. We've lost our engine, my son. He's sick. He's burning up. We saw your lights. Please, you have to help us. Her voice was real, raw with a terror that needed no acting. There was a long pause. She could feel the eyes on them, the invisible weight of a dozen rifle scopes trained on her and her child. This was the moment they would either be saved or erased. Stand by, the voice commanded. On the ship's bridge, the captain, a humorless ex-military man named Pierce, stared at the thermal image of the trawler. What do you think? He asked the woman standing beside him. Odelia Vance watched the screen, her expression unreadable. Her instincts, honed by a lifetime of manipulation, were screaming that this was wrong. A random fishing boat, a sick child in the middle of the night right here. It was too perfect a coincidence. But Caspian's data sweeps showed nothing. Marcus Cole was a ghost. Lena Haddad was a ghost. There was no credible threat in the region. This was a civilian vessel in genuine distress. To turn them away, to let a child die, could create the kind of unwanted local attention she had worked so hard to avoid. Their engine is failing, their communications are down, and they have a medical emergency, Pierce stated. Standard maritime law dictates we render aid. Odelia's eyes narrowed. The communications blackout from the clifftop post, now this. The coincidences were piling up, but she saw an opportunity in the chaos. Bring them aboard, she commanded. The woman and the child only. Put them in the medical bay. I want to examine them myself. She would play their game if it was a game. She would welcome the Trojan horse into her city and see what horrors it spilled out. A boarding ramp was lowered. Lena, carrying Leo, was helped aboard by two heavily armed guards. She was immediately struck by the cold, sterile efficiency of the vessel. It was less a research ship and more a floating laboratory, a mobile version of the Haven. She was escorted through pristine white corridors to a state-of-the-art medical bay. A medic started to attend to Leo, but Odelia Vance swept into the room, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. She looked older, harder, but the same predatory intelligence burned in her eyes. "Dr. Haddad," Odelia said, her voice a soft purr. "What an unexpected surprise. It seems you've fallen on hard times." Lena stared at her, her face a mask of cold fury. "Where is Jet?" "Mr. Vance is a guest here," Odelia said smoothly. "He is, contributing to my new research, as I hope will you, your son. He seems quite unwell." She reached out to touch Leo's forehead. As her fingers brushed his skin, Leo's eyes snapped open. They were not the eyes of a child. They were ancient, intelligent, and filled with a cold, alien light. A low hum filled the room, and the delicate rash on his hand began to glow, the silvery lines pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. The medical equipment in the bay went haywire. Monitors flashed, alarms blared, and the lights flickered violently. Odelia snatched her hand back as if burned, her composure finally cracking, a flicker of genuine fear in her eyes. At that exact moment, the ship's main power died. On the cliff, Marcus had done his work. He had bypassed the observation post's power supply, and using his knowledge of the ship systems gleaned from the Haven schematics, had uploaded a targeted virus into their communications array. The virus, now activated by Odelia's proximity to Leo's unique biosignature, had wormed its way into the ship's central command. It was not a weapon of destruction, it was a key. It shut down the power, unlocked the electronic doors, and killed the internal surveillance. For 60 seconds, the ship was a blind, dead thing in the water. In the ship's brig, 2 levels down, the electronic lock on Jet's cell clicked open. He was bruised and weak, but the will to fight was not gone. He heard the alarms, felt the ship go dead. This was his chance. Lena reacted on pure instinct. While Odelia was momentarily stunned, Lena grabbed a heavy tray of surgical instruments and brought it down hard on the back of Odelia's head. Odelia crumpled to the floor, unconscious. "Come on," Lena said, scooping up Leo. "We have to move now." She ran out into the corridor, which was now lit only by the faint, pulsing glow emanating from her son. The ship was in chaos, guards shouting in the dark, alarms blaring. She didn't know where to go. "This way," a voice growled from the darkness. It was Jet. He had overpowered a guard and was making his way to the medical bay, the one place he knew they would take her. They were reunited, the 3 survivors of the Haven, together again in a new steel tomb. "We have to get off this ship," Jet said. "The inflatable, it's our only way." They began to fight their way through the dark, chaotic corridors, heading for the boat deck. They were a desperate, impossible team. A doctor, a warrior, and a child who was becoming a god, fighting their way out of the heart of the machine. They reached the deck. The inflatable boat was there, bobbing in the water, but their path was blocked. Pierce, the ship's captain, stood there with a half-dozen armed guards, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness, pinning them. "It's over," Pierce said, his voice flat. "Surrender." Leo, cradled in Lena's arms, began to hum. It was a low, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate in the very air around them. The rash on his hand flared. the light from it growing almost blindingly bright. And from the dark, cold water of the harbor, something began to rise. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a writhing, twisting mass of bioluminescent mycelia, a colossal living network of the fungus, drawn from the depths, from the spores that had been washed out to sea from the bunker's purge, now summoned by the call of its symbiotic child. It was a garden rising from the deep, and it was hungry. The guards stared in horror as the glowing tendrils, thick as a man's arm, snaked over the side of the ship, pulling the vessel down, its steel hull groaning in protest. They had come to harvest a monster, and now the harvest was coming for them. Chapter 22. The New Eden. The thing that rose from the sea was a vision of beautiful, terrifying life. It was a living island of light and flesh, a single, colossal organism that dwarfed the research vessel. The guards, hardened men trained for every conceivable combat scenario, were helpless against a foe that defied all logic. They fired their weapons, but the bullets passed through the gelatinous, mycelial tendrils with little effect. The organism was not malicious. It was simply acting. Summoned by Leo's distress, it moved to protect its host, its symbiotic partner. Tendrils of glowing fungus wrapped around the ship's superstructure, not crushing it, but holding it, enveloping it. The groaning of the steel hull was the sound of a beast being gently but irresistibly subdued. "The boat now," Jet yelled, his voice cutting through the stunned horror. He shoved Lena and Leo towards the inflatable, then turned to face Pierce and his men, providing a desperate rear-guard action. But the fight was already over. The guards were not looking at him. They were staring in abject terror at the living sea that was consuming their ship. Lena, with Leo in her arms, scrambled down the ladder into the small boat. Jet was right behind her. He cut the lines with his knife, and the inflatable drifted free from the larger vessel. From the deck of the dying ship, a single figure emerged from the chaos: Odelia Vance. She was holding a pistol, a dark trickle of blood running down the side of her face. Her eyes were wide, not with fear but with a kind of ecstatic, religious awe. She was not looking at them. She was looking at the colossal fungal bloom. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her voice lost in the rising hum. "A new world, a new Eden." She had sought to control the fungus, to weaponize it. But now, seeing its true, awesome power, she understood. It was not a thing to be controlled. It was a thing to be worshipped. She lowered the gun, a slow smile spreading across her face. She had not lost. She had just found a new and infinitely more powerful God. Jet started the inflatable's engine, and they sped away into the fog, leaving the captured ship and its new queen to their fate. They didn't look back. They were picked up by Marcus and Silas at a prearranged point an hour later. No words were exchanged. The sight of the glowing, otherworldly bloom on the horizon, a new, false dawn in the west, was enough. The epilogue was written in whispers and shadows. The official story was that the research vessel, the Styx, had been lost at sea during a sudden, violent storm. There were no survivors. Marcus Cole erased himself again, becoming a true ghost in the machine, his skills now dedicated to a new, secret war. He became a digital guardian, hunting for any trace of Odelia's network, any sign that the fungus was spreading. He was the lonely watchman on a new and terrifying wall. Jet Vance took his share of the remaining money and disappeared into the vast, anonymous wilderness of the North. He was a man out of time, a warrior without a war, forever haunted by the ghosts of his father and the monster they had unleashed. Lena Haddad and her son, Leo, found a fragile peace in a secluded, off-the-grid cabin deep in the mountains of British Columbia. She was no longer just a doctor. She was the keeper of a sacred, terrifying secret. She spent her days studying her son, tracking the slow, symbiotic evolution taking place within him. Leo was no longer just a boy. He was something new, a bridge between two worlds. The rash on his hand had faded, leaving behind a delicate, permanent pattern like a silver tattoo. He no longer had nightmares. His dreams were quiet, filled with a silent, growing music. He could feel the vast, silent network of life that hummed just beneath the surface of the world, the ancient, terrestrial mycelial web that the bunker fungus had now joined. He was not a weapon, he was not a cure. He was a messenger, the first child of a new Eden. One clear, cold evening, Lena sat with him on the porch of their cabin, looking up at the stars. "Do you still hear the whispers, sweetie?" she asked, her voice soft. Leo looked up at her, his eyes clear and calm, filled with a wisdom far beyond his years. "They're not whispering anymore, Mommy," he said, a faint, gentle smile on his lips. "They're singing." The world had not ended in fire and fury, but in the quiet heart of a boy and in the deep, dark waters of the sea, a new world, silent and patient, was just beginning to bloom. The game was not over. It had just evolved onto a playing field that humanity could not even begin to comprehend. Chapter 23: A Distant Echo. 2 years later. The peace they found was the fragile, breathless quiet of a world holding its breath. In their secluded corner of British Columbia, Lena had turned their cabin into a research station and a sanctuary. She tracked Leo's strange, symbiotic evolution with the meticulous precision of a scientist and the desperate love of a mother. Leo, now 10, was a paradox. In many ways, he was a normal boy. He did his lessons, he explored the woods, he laughed. But in other ways, he was profoundly different. The silver, lace-like pattern on his hand was a permanent mark, a brand of his unique heritage. He no longer spoke of whispers. He spoke of the quiet, a constant, low-level hum of information that he perceived from the world around him. He could predict the weather with unnerving accuracy. He knew where a deer would break cover an hour before it happened. He would draw complex, beautiful diagrams of root systems and fungal networks he had never seen, filling notebooks with elegant, alien calligraphy. The organism within him had reached a state of equilibrium. It was not a parasite, it was a partner. It used Leo's consciousness as a lens to perceive the world, and in return it gave him access to its own vast, silent network. One evening, as a storm gathered over the mountains, Leo was drawing. He filled a page not with plants but with a circuit diagram of impossible complexity. In the center of it, he drew a small, silver box. "What's that, sweetie?" Lena asked, her voice gentle. "The bad man's breath," Leo said without looking up. He's building a new one, but it's wrong. It's making the quiet scream. A chill went down Lena's spine. The bad man's breath. Sterling Vance's personal filtration system. It was a memory buried deep in Leo's subconscious from his time in the bunker, now dredged up by the fungus. But the words "he's building a new one" were not a memory. They were a premonition. Hundreds of miles away, in a darkened room that smelled of ozone and stale coffee, Marcus Cole saw the scream. For 2 years, he had been a digital phantom, his life a lonely vigil. He had built a sophisticated AI that crawled the darkest corners of the web, not looking for keywords but for patterns, the unique digital fingerprint of Odelia's network. For 2 years, there had been nothing but faint, inconclusive echoes. Until now, a pattern had emerged, a series of seemingly unrelated events across the globe. A sudden, inexplicable surge in toxic algae blooms off the coast of Japan. The spontaneous die-off of a rare orchid in the Amazon rainforest. A bizarre, recurring communications blackout at a deep-sea drilling platform in the North Atlantic. They were tiny, statistical anomalies, dismissed by the world as random chance. But Marcus's AI saw the connection. Each event was preceded by a burst of encrypted, deep-channel data originating from the same source. A privately owned satellite network belonging to the same PMC that had funded the Styx research vessel. Odelia wasn't hiding, she was working. These were not accidents, they were tests, probes. She was touching the world's ecosystem, gauging its reactions, finding its weak points. He picked up a heavily encrypted satellite phone, a device he hadn't used in over a year, and dialed the only number stored in it. The phone rang in a Spartan cabin in the Yukon. Jet Vance answered on the second ring. His life of exile had weathered him, carving new lines into his face, but it had not softened him. He had spent 2 years trying to outrun his own shadow, and it had only made him harder, faster, more dangerous. "It's starting again," Marcus said without preamble. "I know," Jet's voice was a low growl. "They found me." An hour earlier, a helicopter had landed in the clearing a mile from his cabin. A man in an expensive suit had emerged, flanked by 2 armed guards. He wasn't from Odelia. He was from her former employers. "Mr. Vance," the man had said, "your mother's associates have become a liability. Their research has gone in a direction we can no longer control. We have a mutual enemy. We'd like to propose a partnership." They had offered him a deal. Help them find Odelia and they would give him complete immunity, a new life, a clean slate. Jet had listened patiently. He looked at their weapons, at the cold, corporate ambition in the man's eyes. They were no different from his father. They saw the world as a system to be controlled and the fungus as a new tool of leverage. He had given them his answer. He had disarmed the guards with a brutal efficiency that had shocked even them, broken the man's arm in 2 places, and sent them packing with a simple message: "Stay out of my way." Now, looking at the retreating helicopter, he knew his exile was over. They would be back, and Odelia was still out there. He was caught between 2 different kinds of monsters. "Lena and the boy are compromised," Marcus said over the phone. "Odelia's looking for them, and this other group now knows you're active. The board is live again, Jet, and all the pieces are in play. Where? Jet asked, the single word all that was necessary. There's a pattern, Marcus said, sending a series of encrypted files to Jet's terminal. The North Atlantic, the blackouts at the drilling rig. It's the only place she's hit more than once. It's not a test. It's a focal point. Whatever she's planning, the heart of it is out there in the deep. A new mission was coalescing in the space between three distant, lonely people. It was no longer about running. It was about hunting. But the prey they were stalking was a new kind of predator, one that was seeding a new world right under the nose of the old one. Chapter 24: The Gardener's Network. The reunion took place in a noisy, anonymous shipyard in St. John's, Newfoundland. The location was Marcus's choice, a place of transients, of comings and goings, where three more strange faces would attract no notice. They met in the hollowed-out shell of a decommissioned trawler, the air thick with the smell of rust and cold sea salt. Seeing each other again after 2 years was a shock. The shared trauma of the bunker was a visible scar on all of them. Lena's face was leaner, her eyes carrying a constant, watchful tension. Jet was a harder, colder version of the man who had climbed out of the mountain, his silence heavier, his movements coiled with a dangerous energy. "She's not building a weapon," Lena said, her voice low after she had explained the change in Leo. "She's building a nervous system, a global one." She spread a series of Leo's drawings on a makeshift table. They were no longer simple sketches. They were impossibly detailed, showing the entire globe crisscrossed with shimmering, interconnected lines of light. Some lines were bright and thick, others were faint, tentative threads. "Leo calls it the song," she explained. "He says the fungus is trying to connect all the quiet places. The old-growth forests, the coral reefs, the deep-sea vents, places where the Earth's natural biome is strongest. The events you tracked, Marcus, they weren't attacks, they were inoculations. She's seeding the planet." "A gardener," Jet said, his voice a gravelly rumble, "tending to her new Eden." The idea was so monstrous in its ambition it was almost beautiful. Odelia wasn't trying to destroy the world. She was trying to overwrite it, to subsume humanity's chaotic, destructive world into the quiet, unified consciousness of the fungal network. "And Leo is the key," Marcus stated, connecting the final piece. "He's not just a receiver anymore. The fungus inside him has a complete symbiotic bond. He's the only one who can communicate with it, who can understand its song. Odelia needs him not just as a source, but as a translator, a high priest." The scope of their mission became terrifyingly clear. They couldn't fight a global, ecological movement. They couldn't bomb a forest or a coral reef. Their only possible target was the gardener herself. They had to find Odelia. "The drilling platform," Jet said, his eyes fixed on one of Leo's drawings. A thick, brilliant line of light originated from a single point in the North Atlantic and spread outwards. "That's her base of operations, the heart." "It's a fortress, Jet," Marcus countered, pulling up a satellite image of the rig on his laptop. The Helios 7 was one of the largest, most advanced deep-sea platforms ever built. It's a sovereign nation in the middle of the ocean, owned by Odelia's benefactors. It has its own security force, its own airspace. We can't get near it. We can, Lena said quietly. Everyone turned to look at her. She was holding up another of Leo's drawings. It wasn't a map of the world. It was a detailed schematic. "It's the rig's geothermal core," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "just like the bunkers. Leo drew this last night. He said the song is loudest there, but he also said, it's wrong, it's unstable. Odelia has modified it. She's not just drawing power from it. She's using the intense heat and pressure to cultivate a new, more aggressive strain of the fungus, then pumping it directly into the deep-sea currents." She pointed to a section of the drawing. "But there's a flaw, a weakness in the coolant system, a single critical valve that regulates the pressure. He says it's crying." They stared at the drawing, at the impossible, miraculous intelligence it represented. Leo was more than a compass now. He was their blueprint. He was their weapon. "Even if we could get on board, how do we get to a valve in the heart of a geothermal rig?" Jet asked. "We don't," Marcus said, a slow, audacious plan dawning on him. "The rig is a closed system, just like the bunker, but every system has an external access point. In this case, it's the main drilling shaft itself." He began to type furiously. "They're not drilling for oil, they're drilling for heat. Their shaft goes miles down, right to the mantle. That shaft is our way in. We don't go by sea or by air. We go by submersible." It was the most insane plan yet. A deep-sea infiltration of a corporate fortress to sabotage a geothermal core, guided by the psychic dreams of a 10-year-old boy. "I can get us a boat," Jet said, a flicker of the old warrior in his eyes. "And I can get us the other equipment we'll need." His time in the shadows had not been idle. He had connections in the world of black market arms and technology. "I can get us the submersible," Marcus added. "A small, unmanned deep-sea drone, repurposed and retrofitted, that he could pilot remotely." Lena looked at them, the two broken soldiers preparing to go to war. "And what do I do?" "You keep our compass safe," Marcus said, his gaze shifting to Leo, who was sitting quietly in the corner, humming a soft, strange tune. "You are the most important part of this entire mission, because if we fail, you and Leo are the only ones who can warn the world what's coming." The team was united. The mission was set. But as they prepared for their desperate, deep-sea assault, none of them were aware of the new player that had just entered the game. Chapter 25, Project Chimera. Colonel Eva Rostova watched the grainy satellite feed in the silence of her command center, a secure, subterranean facility outside of Langley. On the screen, three figures could be seen moving in the shadows of the Newfoundland shipyard. Her facial recognition software had already confirmed their identities: Lena Haddad, Marcus Cole, Jet Vance, the three key survivors of the Haven incident. Rostova was the commander of Project Chimera, a clandestine joint agency task force established in the frantic, secret-shrouded days after the crippled research vessel Styx had been found adrift, its crew gone, its interior covered in a strange, pulsating biological matter. Rostova had seen the classified reports. She had seen the last, terrifying data logs from the ship. She knew the threat was real, and she had been hunting for these three people for 2 years. They were not, in her view, heroes. They were liabilities, uncontained variables. Haddad and her son were the carriers of the plague, Patient Zero. Cole was a cyber terrorist who had accessed secure government networks in his search for them. Vance was a violent, unpredictable loose cannon with ties to the architect of the whole disaster. They're working together, her second-in-command, a sharp-eyed major named Thorne, said from beside her. Intel confirms Vance has acquired a significant quantity of shaped charges and deep-water demolitions. Cole has chartered a research vessel, the Nomad, out of Iceland. They're planning something. They're not planning something, Rostova corrected, her eyes narrowed in concentration. They're reacting. Odelia Vance is making her move on the Helios 7 platform. Our people on the inside have confirmed it. The biosignatures are off the charts. Haddad's group is planning their own unsanctioned assault. Do we move in, apprehend them? Thorne asked. Rostova considered this. Her orders were to contain the threat. That meant securing the biological agent, Leo Haddad, and eliminating all other variables. But a direct assault on the Helios 7 was a logistical nightmare that would risk a global ecological disaster if the core went critical. Haddad's little team was a chaotic, unpredictable mess. But they were also a potential tool, a scalpel she could use before she brought in the sledgehammer. No, she said finally. We let them go. We let the rabbit lead us to the wolf. She turned to Thorne, her voice cold and precise. I want a full surveillance package on the Nomad. A drone sub, satellite tracking, the works. I want to know every move they make. And I want a Wetworks team, SEAL qualified, ready to deploy. They are to shadow the Nomad. When Cole and Vance make their move on the rig, our team goes in right behind them. Their primary objective is to secure the boy. Secondary objective is to retrieve a sample of the cultivated fungus. Tertiary objective: eliminate all hostile forces, including, if necessary, Cole and Vance. Thorne nodded, a grim understanding on his face. And Dr. Haddad. She is to be taken alive, Rostova commanded. She's the only one who understands the biology. She's too valuable to lose. But if she resists, her survival is not mission critical. It was a cold, brutal calculus. Rostova was not interested in heroes or villains. She was interested in control. She would let Lena's desperate team serve as the vanguard, the distraction. They would breach the fortress for her. And when the fighting was done, her team would move in to collect the prize and clean up the mess, erasing everyone who knew the truth. A week later, the Nomad, a rugged, ice-strengthened research vessel, cut through the cold, choppy waters of the North Atlantic. On board, the mood was tense. Marcus was in the comms room, guiding the small, sophisticated drone sub. The eel through its final diagnostic checks. Jet was in the cargo hold, carefully arming the shaped charges. Lena sat with Leo in the small cabin. He was holding a smooth gray stone, his eyes closed. The house is sick, he whispered. It's groaning. The gardener is hurting it. She's making it sing too loud. Lena felt a chill. The geothermal core. Odelia was pushing it to its limits. The Nomad came to a halt 10 miles from the Helios 7, a monstrous shape barely visible on the horizon. The eel is in the water, Marcus's voice crackled over the intercom. I'm taking her down the main shaft now. Jet, you're up. Jet, clad in a dry suit, stood on the deployment deck, ready to attach the satchel of explosives to the drone. This was it, the point of no return. But as he looked out at the dark water, he saw something. A faint distortion in the waves, a shadow beneath the surface where there should be none. His instincts, honed by a lifetime of paranoia, screamed at him. "Marcus," he yelled into his comm, "we're not alone, there's a sub out there." In her command center, Rostova watched the scene on her main monitor. "They've spotted us," Thorne said. "It doesn't matter," Rostova replied, her voice calm. "They have nowhere to run, they've served their purpose. The scalpel has done its work, now it's time for the sledgehammer." She keyed her microphone. "Chimera team, this is Archangel. The mission is a go. I repeat, the mission is a go. Secure the asset, eliminate all other variables." A sleek, black, state-of-the-art military submarine broke the surface of the Atlantic like a shark, its hull glistening in the moonlight. On the deck of the Nomad, Jet and Lena could only stare in disbelief. They were caught between the mad goddess on her fortress of steel and the cold, calculating butchers who had come to collect their prize. Their desperate, two-sided war had just become a three-sided nightmare. Chapter 26: The Devil's Triangle. The appearance of the military submarine, the USS Hades, was a brutal, game-changing event. It rendered their carefully laid plans instantly obsolete. They were no longer the hunters. They were trapped between two apex predators. "Rostova," Marcus spat, his hands flying across his keyboard, pulling up public satellite data. "Colonel Eva Rostova, head of a Black Book task force called Chimera. They've been tracking us for months. They're not here to help." "They want Leo," Lena said, her voice a dead whisper as she watched a team of black-clad SEALs deploying from the submarine's deck into inflatable boats. She grabbed her son, her body forming a protective shield around him. Jet acted without hesitation. There was no time for strategy, only for violence. "Marcus, get the eel down that shaft. Now, it's our only leverage," he roared into his comm. He grabbed a high-caliber deck rifle and began laying down suppressing fire, the powerful shots kicking up plumes of water around the approaching boats, forcing them to scatter. Marcus didn't need to be told twice. He slammed the controls forward, sending the small drone sub on a screaming dive, straight down into the black maw of the Helios 7's main drilling shaft. On its screen, he could see the complex latticework of pipes and conduits rushing past. Aboard the Hades, Rostova watched the chaos unfold with icy calm. "He's making the run for the core," she observed. "Predictable. Thorne, order the SEAL team to board the rig, not the Nomad. Let Vance waste his ammunition. The asset is on the trawler. Cut it off. Box them in." The SEAL boats changed course, ignoring Jet's fire and speeding towards the massive legs of the oil rig. At the same time, a helicopter lifted off from the submarine's deck, its blades whipping the sea into a frenzy as it roared towards the Nomad. "They're splitting up," Jet yelled. "They're going for the rig and they're coming for us." "They're not trying to sink us," Marcus realized with dawning horror. "They're trying to isolate us. Jet, they need Leo alive. That chopper is a capture team." The situation was impossible. They were outmanned, outgunned, and caught in a three-way firefight that was about to begin. On the Helios 7, Odelia Vance watched the approaching battle on her own monitors. She saw the military sub, the small trawler, the firefight. She had known this day would come. She had been preparing for it. She smiled. They thought they were coming to her fortress to destroy her. They had no idea they were simply the final, necessary ingredients for her grand apotheosis. "The time is now," she said to the empty room, her voice resonating with a strange, calm fervor. "The garden is ready to bloom." She placed her hands on a large, central console. Her own biosignature was the final key. "Warden," she said, her voice echoing the command Sterling had once given in the bunker. "Initiate the final protocol." But this was not a protocol of destruction. It was one of creation. Deep within the rig, in the geothermal core that Leo had seen in his dreams, the crying valve that regulated the pressure was deliberately, catastrophically, released. But instead of a meltdown, the superheated, mineral-rich water from the Earth's mantle was diverted, channeled through a series of containment vessels where Odelia's cultivated fungus waited. It was a hyper-accelerated, weaponized evolutionary event. The fungus, supercharged by the raw, primal energy of the planet's core, began to grow at an exponential rate. The entire rig shuddered, a deep, resonant groan echoing up from its foundations. The lights flickered and died, plunging the platform into a red-lit emergency state. On the deck, the SEAL team, having just begun their ascent up the massive legs, could only stare in horror as thick, pulsating, bioluminescent tendrils, larger and more aggressive than anything seen before, erupted from the rig's structure, wrapping around the steel pylons like monstrous vines. The rig was no longer a machine. It was becoming a living thing, a new god being born in fire and water. The shockwave from the energy release hit the Nomad like a physical blow. The power went out, Marcus's screens going black, his control over the eel severed. "I've lost the drone," he yelled. "It's on its own, running its last command sequence. Attach the charges to the valve and wait for a detonation signal that I can no longer send." The helicopter from the Hades was almost upon them now, a black monster descending from the sky. Jet fired the last of his rounds at it to no effect. This was the end game. Lena held Leo tight, her mind racing. They were out of options, out of time. But they had one last, desperate card to play. The one variable that not even Rostova or Odelia could have predicted. She looked at her son. "Leo," she said, her voice firm and clear over the roar of the helicopter. "The garden is sick. The gardener is hurting it. Can you sing it a different song?" Leo looked up at her, his eyes clear and calm amidst the chaos. He nodded. He closed his eyes, and a low, single note emanated from him. It was a sound of pure, perfect harmony, a resonance that seemed to cut through the noise of the engine and the storm. He was not just a receiver anymore. He was a broadcaster. The effect was instantaneous and world-changing. The eel, deep within the rig's core, its primitive AI driven only by its final command, was designed to detonate on a signal from Marcus. But Leo's song was a signal of a different kind, a wave of pure biological information. The drone's simple electronic brain interpreted it as the only command it was programmed to receive: detonate. The shaped charges, small but powerful, exploded. The crying valve, the critical weak point, was vaporized. The chain reaction was immediate. With the regulator gone, the full, unrestrained power of the geothermal core surged upwards. But instead of a meltdown, it caused a feedback loop. Odelia's birthing process was sent into hyperdrive. The entire rig became a colossal, unstable biological bomb. The pulsating tendrils glowed white-hot. A wave of pure, psychic energy, the death cry of the nascent organism, washed over the entire area. The helicopter's engine sputtered and died, its sophisticated electronics fried by the bioenergetic pulse. It fell from the sky, crashing into the sea in a ball of flame. Aboard the Hades, every light, every system, every screen went dead. The submarine was a blind, powerless coffin, adrift in the chaos. On the Helios 7, Odelia Vance stood on her bridge, her arms outstretched, as the white light consumed her. She died with a smile on her face, a martyr to her own terrible, beautiful religion. The rig did not explode in a conventional sense. It bloomed, a silent, incandescent flower of light and energy that reached for the heavens, before collapsing in on itself, taking the rig, the SEAL team, and Odelia's dream of a new Eden down into the crushing blackness of the deep. The Nomad was thrown violently by the blast wave, its mast snapping, its hull groaning, but it was far enough away to survive. Chapter 27: The Last Echo. In the silence that followed, there was only the sound of the wind and the waves. The Hades was a dead shape in the water. The Helios 7 was gone. The sky, once lit by the unholy glow, was dark again, filled with stars. On the crippled deck of the Nomad, the three survivors stood in the exhausted quiet. They had won. An impossible, catastrophic victory. "Is it over?" Lena asked, her voice a whisper. "She's gone," Jet said, his gaze fixed on the spot where the rig had been. "The gardener is dead." "But the seeds are still out there," Marcus added, his voice grim. "This war isn't over. We just cut the head off the snake." From the dark, a voice called out across the water. It was from a small, inflatable boat launched from the dead submarine. It was Colonel Ristova. Her face was grim, her uniform immaculate even in the chaos. She was alone. "Dr. Haddad," she called, her voice carrying an air of cold, professional respect. "You and your team have exceeded all expectations. You've neutralized a global threat. My government, and indeed the world, is in your debt." "What do you want, Ristova?" Jet growled. "The same thing I've always wanted," she replied. "Containment, control. Your son, Doctor, he is the key. He is the only one who can communicate with this new variable. He cannot be left in the wild. He must be studied. He must be secured." It was the same demand, the same cold logic. They had just saved the world, and their reward was to be imprisoned. Lena looked at Leo. He was pale and weak, the effort of his song having drained him completely. But he was calm. He looked at Ristova's boat, then at his mother. He shook his head, a small, simple gesture. No, Lena said, her voice ringing with a final, unshakable authority. He is not a variable. He is not an asset. He is my son. The world will have to learn to live with him. For a long moment, the two women stared at each other across the dark water. The exhausted doctor, holding the future in her arms, and the cold warrior, representing all the fear and control of the past. Rostova's radio crackled. It was Thorne, his voice panicked. "Colonel, we have a problem. That biopulse didn't just kill the rig. It's interacting with the global network. Those Bloom sites, Japan, the Amazon, they're all waking up. It's out of the box, Colonel. It's everywhere." Rostova's face went pale. The death of Odelia's god had not been an end. It had been a signal, a spore burst on a planetary scale. The network was now active, autonomous, and leaderless. Her mission of containment was now and forever a failure. She looked back at Lena and the boy, the only person on Earth who could understand what was happening. Her enemy was now her only hope. "The world is going to need you, Doctor," Rostova said, her voice heavy with the weight of her defeat. "God help us all." She gave a sharp, curt nod. Then her boat turned and headed back towards the dead submarine, leaving them alone on the vast, dark ocean. They were free, but they were survivors in a new and stranger world. A world where the quiet places now hummed with a new and powerful song. A world where humanity was no longer the sole intelligence on the planet. Lena looked at her son not with fear but with a fierce, protective love. He was not a monster. He was not a cure. He was a beginning. A diplomat to a new and powerful nation that had just announced its existence to the world. Their war was over, but his work and hers was just beginning. The bunker was a distant echo. The future was an unknown, terrifying, and beautiful song waiting to be written. Chapter 28: The Truce of the Abyss. The silence that followed the bloom was the silence of a new epoch. In the cold, dark waters of the North Atlantic, 3 damaged vessels drifted in the aftermath. A crippled research trawler, a dead military submarine, and a small inflatable boat carrying a woman who had just lost her entire worldview. Colonel Rostova did not return to the Hades. She guided her boat to the Nomad. Jet met her at the railing, a rifle held loosely but ready in his hands. There were no threats, no posturing. The event had stripped them all down to the raw, essential truth of their situation. "My sub is dead in the water," Rostova said, her voice flat, devoid of its previous authority. "My communications are gone. My mission of containment is a catastrophic failure. The variable I was sent to control is now a planetary factor." She looked past Jet, her eyes finding Lena, who stood in the doorway of the wheelhouse, holding a sleeping Leo. "You were right, Doctor. He is not an asset to be secured. He is the only Rosetta Stone we have for a language the entire world is about to be forced to learn." "What do you want, Colonel?" Marcus's voice came over the ship's damaged speaker, his tone wary. He was already working to bypass the fried circuits, a ghost trying to coax life back into his machine. "The same thing you want," Rostova admitted, a flicker of something human, weariness perhaps in her eyes. "A safe harbor and answers." A truce was struck in the pre-dawn gloom, a necessary and deeply distrustful alliance. Rostova's engineers were brought over to help Marcus jury-rig the Nomad systems. Her medics tended to their wounds. There was a strange, unspoken understanding. They were all survivors of the same shipwreck, adrift on a new and alien sea. For 2 days they limped towards the Faroe Islands, a remote and neutral port. During that time, Rostova and Lena spoke at length. They were no longer soldier and target, but two scientists from opposing fields, the science of control and the science of life, trying to map the edges of a new reality. The Bloom event on the rig wasn't an attack, Rostova conceded, studying the data her team had managed to recover. It was a release, a signal, a planetary scale, awakening. Every dormant spore, every seed Odelia planted is now active. The network is online. It's not just a network, Lena corrected softly. It's an intelligence, a consciousness of a kind we can't comprehend, which makes it the single greatest threat or greatest opportunity in human history, Rostova finished. And the world is utterly unprepared. Governments will want to control it. Religions will want to worship or decry it. Corporations will want to monetize it. And they will all want your son. On the final night before they reached port, Rostova made her offer. It was not a threat, but a statement of pragmatic truth. "I can make you disappear," she said. "You, the boy Cole Vance. My report will list you as lost at sea, casualties of the same event that took the Helios 7. I will give you new identities, funding, a secure location. I will bury you so deep the world will never find you." "And in return?" Marcus asked, joining them on the deck. "In return," Rostova said, looking at Lena, "you become my deep space probe, my listening post. You will continue your research unmolested. You will be the only independent scientific body studying this phenomenon. And when the time comes, when the world starts to tear itself apart over this, you will be my secret, last resort source of ground truth. You will be my answer when I don't even know the question." It was a deal with the devil, but a devil who understood the new hell they were living in. They had no other choice. To re-enter the world as themselves would be to condemn Leo to a life as a lab specimen, and themselves to either prison or assassination. They agreed. They parted ways in the harbor under the cover of a storm. Rostova and her crew were quietly extracted. Lena, Leo, Marcus, and Jet, now ghosts with new names and a new, secret purpose, boarded a private transport plane and flew west, disappearing from the world. Chapter 29: The Silent Spring. 5 years later. The world had not ended. It had, in its own chaotic, human way, adapted. The phenomenon was known as the global mycelial event, or more colloquially, the hum. It was a source of endless debate, fear, and wonder. The internet was awash with videos of glowing forests, of strange, intricate patterns appearing overnight in desert sands. New, inexplicable ecosystems bloomed in the most unlikely of places. A polluted river in India began to run clean, choked with a harmless, phosphorescent algae that devoured toxins. A section of the Sahara Desert began to sprout a strange, hardy moss that drew moisture from the air, creating a new, green oasis. But for every miracle, there was a terror. A commercial airliner flew through a cloud of what was later identified as airborne spores over the Pacific. Its electronics failed, and the plane was lost. A town in rural China was quietly quarantined after the local water supply, drawn from a newly awakened underground spring, began to cause vivid, shared hallucinations. Humanity fractured in its response. Harmonist cults arose, worshipping Gaia's awakening and seeking out the bloom sites. Militant purifier factions saw the hum as an alien invasion, an ecological plague that had to be eradicated with fire and chemicals. The world's governments, secretly guided by a new, powerful, and utterly clandestine joint task force headed by Colonel Rostova, tried to maintain a fragile balance, studying the hum while publicly dismissing the more extreme events as isolated ecological anomalies. In a hidden valley in the remote Yukon, accessible only by helicopter, was the Anchor, a state-of-the-art research facility and sanctuary, built by Marcus with Rostova's black-budget funding. It was here that the team had made their new life. Leo was now 15. The awkwardness of adolescence was compounded by his unique condition. He was a quiet, thoughtful young man, the silver patterns on his hands and up his arms a map of his otherness. His connection to the hum, what he still called the quiet, was now a constant, flowing river of information. He could feel the slow, deep breathing of the planet's new nervous system. He was a continent of one, the sole human citizen of a silent, global nation. Lena was his guide, his teacher, and his doctor. She had made incredible scientific breakthroughs, learning the language of the network, not a language of words, but of resonant frequencies and quantum entanglement. Marcus was their shield. He had built a digital fortress around them, a labyrinth of false trails and encrypted shells that made the Anchor a ghost on the global grid. Jet was their warden, head of a small, hand-picked security team, his skills now used to protect the last truly free place on Earth. Their life was a strange paradox of peaceful isolation and high-stakes vigilance, until the day the song began to change. It started subtly. Leo became withdrawn, plagued by headaches. He would spend hours staring at a map of the world, his expression pained. "What is it, Leo?" Lena asked one evening, finding him tracing a line across Siberia with a trembling finger. "It's a wound," Leo whispered, his eyes distant. "Something is hurting the quiet, it's eating the song." At first, Lena and Marcus thought it was a new purifier attack, but the data didn't match. Marcus's probes showed a new anomaly, something that did not fit the pattern of human interference or the natural behavior of the network. In a remote, officially uninhabited taiga in Siberia, a massive, circular area of the forest was dying, not from fire or chemicals, but from a strange, crystalline blight. The trees, the soil, even the animals were being transformed, petrified into a brittle, glass-like substance that absorbed all light, creating a perfect circle of absolute blackness. And it was growing. Simultaneously, Jet's perimeter sensors picked up an approaching aircraft. It wasn't a supply drop. It was a military stealth transport, flying low and fast. It was not on their schedule. "We have uninvited guests," Jet's voice crackled over the comm. Marcus checked the transponder codes. His blood ran cold. "It's Rostova," he said. "She's coming here unannounced." They had maintained their truce for 5 years, a fragile piece of mutual necessity. Rostova had never once visited the anchor. For her to come now in person meant that something was terribly, fundamentally wrong. The wound Leo was feeling was not just a distant anomaly. It was a threat so significant that the devil herself was coming to their door. Chapter 30. The Wounded God. The stealth transport landed with a whisper of vectored thrust, its hull a non-reflective black against the pristine snow of the valley. Colonel Rostova emerged, flanked by 2 armed soldiers in advanced combat gear. She was older, the 5 years of managing a silent planetary crisis having etched new, hard lines around her eyes. She carried no weapon, only a single, reinforced briefcase. Jet met her on the landing pad, his own team positioned discreetly, their rifles not aimed but ready. "This is a breach of protocol, Colonel," Jet said, his voice a low growl. "The protocols are irrelevant," Rostova replied, her gaze sweeping past him towards the main entrance of the anchor. "The world is facing a new existential threat. I'm here to consult with your primary asset." She meant Leo. They led her to the central observation room. Marcus stood by the main console, his arms crossed, his expression hostile. Lena stood protectively near Leo, who was watching the approaching colonel not with fear, but with a deep, unnerving sadness. "The Siberian anomaly," Rostova began, wasting no time on pleasantries as she placed her briefcase on the table. "My people have designated it a necrotic zone. It is expanding at a rate of 10 square kilometers per day. It neutralizes all known biological life and converts it into a stable, silicon-based crystalline structure. It absorbs all electromagnetic energy. Our drones can't get a reading. Our satellites see a hole in the world." "What you see here," she said, opening the case, "is the only sample we've managed to retrieve." Inside the case, suspended in a magnetic containment field, was a single petrified pine cone. It was utterly black, absorbing the light in the room, its surface a complex matrix of razor-sharp crystalline facets. "Every expert I have is baffled," Rostova continued. "They think it's a new weapon, a rival nation's doing, but I know it's not. This is a biological crisis on a planetary scale. This is your field, doctor." Lena stared at the impossible object. "It's not a weapon," she said quietly. "It's a disease of the network." "Correct," Rostova confirmed, "and we have no idea how to fight it." It was then that Leo stepped forward. He walked towards the open case, his hand outstretched. "Leo, no," Lena cried out, moving to stop him. "It's all right, Mom," Leo said, his voice calm and resonant, the voice of a young man, not a boy. "It's crying. I have to listen." He reached into the containment field. As his fingers, traced with their silver, symbiotic patterns, touched the crystalline surface of the pine cone, the room fell silent. A low, discordant hum like a single, mournful cello note filled the air. The lights in the anchor flickered. Leo's eyes went wide, the pupils dilating until they were black, bottomless pools. He was no longer in the room. He was falling through the vast, silent consciousness of the hum, following the thread of pain back to its source. He saw it. It was not a weapon. It was not a disease, it was a predator. His vision was of a place beyond Earth, of the cold, silent dark between the stars. He saw a shape, a thing of impossible geometry and ancient, patient hunger. It was not alive in any way they understood. It was a crystalline consciousness, a form of life that had evolved in the void, and it fed not on flesh or light, but on the energy of complex biological networks. It was a cosmic predator of gods. A single, microscopic spore of this entity had traveled for eons, frozen and dormant, hitchhiking on a meteor that had crashed in the Siberian tundra 1,000 years ago. It had remained asleep, waiting until the coming of the hum. The sudden, planetary-scale bloom of the mycelial network was like a dinner bell ringing in the silence. It had woken up, and it had begun to feed. The vision ended. Leo collapsed to the floor unconscious, a thin trickle of blood running from his nose. Lena rushed to his side. As she checked his vitals, a new alert flashed on Marcus's main screen. It was an urgent dispatch from one of his global monitoring AIs. "Marcus, what is it?" Jet asked, his hand instinctively going to the sidearm at his hip. Marcus stared at the screen, his face pale. "It's not just Siberia," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "A new necrotic zone has just appeared, in the Amazon basin, and another, in a coral reef off the coast of Australia." The predator wasn't just in one place. It was a cancer, and it was metastasizing. The thing they had feared most, the death of the network, was happening. And its death would not be quiet or peaceful. It would be a slow, agonizing petrification of the entire planetary ecosystem. Ristova looked from the unconscious boy to the horrified faces of the others. Her own mission, the mission of humanity, had just become terrifyingly simple. They could not contain the hum. They could not control it. They had to save it. For if the new, wounded god of the earth died, it would take the entire world with it into a silent, crystalline grave. Chapter 31: The Ghost and the God. Leo's collapse was a terrifying new frontier. For the first time, his connection to the hum had hurt him. The psychic feedback from the crystalline predator, a near-fatal blow. He remained in a coma, his mind lost somewhere in the wounded, silent spaces of the planetary network. Lena worked with a desperate, focused intensity, turning a section of the anchor into a life support ward, her every action a prayer against the slow, creeping necrosis that was spreading across the globe. "He's fighting it," she told the others, pointing to Leo's brainwave monitors. The patterns were chaotic, but within them was a faint, rhythmic pulse. "He's not just a victim, he's a combatant. His consciousness is in the network, actively resisting the crystalline encroachment. He's a ghost in the machine, fighting a god." While Lena fought for Leo's life, the rest of the world was waking up to the new nightmare. The necrotic zones, dubbed the voids by the media, were now too large to hide. News channels broadcast terrifying, high-altitude footage of the perfect circles of absolute blackness that were growing like cancers on the face of the earth. Science was helpless. Religion was in turmoil. Panic, the old, familiar human response, was beginning to take hold. Ristova, now operating from within the anchor, had become the reluctant commander of a war she had never been trained for. She was no longer a soldier fighting human enemies. She was a planetary immunologist, and her patient was dying. "The voids are not just spreading," she reported, her voice grim, pointing at a global map dotted with the growing black circles. "They're coordinating, they're creating a triangulation pattern. The models suggest they are converging on a single, final point." She zoomed in on the map. The lines converged in the high Andes of Peru. "Whatever this thing is, it's not just feeding randomly. It has a target. It's trying to reach something." "Or someone," Marcus said quietly. He had been working without sleep, pushing his own consciousness to the brink, trying to find a pattern in the chaos. "Leo isn't the only one in that network, is he, Lena? There's another human mind in there, one that never left." Lena looked up from Leo's bedside, a dawning horror on her face. "Odelia. When the Helios 7 bloomed, she wasn't just killed," Marcus theorized, his voice low and intense. "Her consciousness was uploaded, assimilated into the network at the moment of its birth. She's not a ghost like Leo, she's a fundamental part of the system. She's the network's self-preservation instinct, its immune system." Jet, who had been silently cleaning a rifle in the corner, finally spoke. "So my mother is a god and she's fighting a devil, and we're caught in the middle." The bitter irony was not lost on him. The pieces of the final, impossible puzzle were falling into place. The crystalline entity was hunting the densest concentration of biological consciousness in the network, Odelia. And Odelia, in her new, god-like form, was fighting back, using the full force of the global mycelial network to slow the predator's advance. But she was losing. "What is in the Andes?" Rostova demanded. "What's the target?" Marcus brought up a new set of data, deep core geological scans, cross-referenced with local mythology. "It's one of the largest and oldest meteor impact craters on Earth," he said. "The Chicxulub impactor, the one that killed the dinosaurs, a fragment of it landed there. The local legends call it the sleeping stone. It's the mother spore, the largest concentration of the crystalline entity on the planet, dormant for 65 million years. The voids are trying to reach it, to wake it up. If that happens, the planetary petrification process will be instantaneous." They had a target, they had a timeline, but they had no weapon. "We can't fight it," Rostova said, stating the obvious. "Nukes would only accelerate the crystallization. Any physical force we use against it is just more energy for it to consume." "Then we don't fight it with force," Lena said, her eyes fixed on her son. "We fight it with information. We fight it with a new song." She turned to them, her face illuminated by the glow of the monitors, her voice filled with a desperate, brilliant clarity. "The crystalline entity is a predator. It hunts consciousness. But it's ancient, and it has only ever hunted one kind of prey, the slow, silent, unified consciousness of the hum. It has never encountered anything like human consciousness before. Chaos, individuality, emotion, doubt, love." "What are you saying?" Jet asked. "I'm saying," Lena replied, her gaze unwavering, "that we need to give our wounded god a new kind of weapon. We need to upload a virus made of pure, chaotic, unpredictable human thought, and the only one who can deliver it is Leo." Chapter 32: The Song of Man. The plan was a final, desperate act of scientific heresy. They would use the technology of the anchor, designed to shield them from the world, to do the opposite, to turn Leo into a focused, targeted psychic cannon. Marcus would reconfigure the facility's deep-channel communication array, not to broadcast data, but to amplify the faint, rhythmic pulse of Leo's comatose mind. Rostova would use her access to the global satellite network to focus that amplified signal, like a lens, onto the sleeping stone in the Andes. But they needed an anchor, a human consciousness to guide Leo's, to hold him steady in the storm of the network. Jet was the only choice. His entire life had been a battle of wills against a powerful, controlling force. He was the only one with the mental discipline, the sheer, stubborn refusal to break, that might give them a chance. He was wired into a neural interface, a circlet of sensors that linked his brain waves to Leo's. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice calm. "Just be there," Lena said, her hand on his shoulder. "When he opens the door, walk through it with him, and show the monster what it means to be human. Show it your rage, your pain, your memory of the sun on the water. Show it everything." They began. As Marcus brought the amplifiers online, the room filled with a low, resonant hum. Jet closed his eyes. The world dissolved. He was no longer in the anchor. He was adrift in a silent, luminous sea of information. He was inside the hum, and in the distance he saw a small, flickering light. Leo. He moved towards it. As he did, he felt the presence of the other thing, the crystalline predator. It was a vast, cold, geometric emptiness, a void that consumed all thought, all light. He could feel its patient, relentless hunger. He reached Leo. The boy's consciousness was a shield, a small, fragile dome of light holding back the encroaching darkness. "Help me." The thought came not in words but in pure emotion. "The song is too quiet." "Then we'll make it louder," Jet thought back, and he opened the floodgates of his own mind. He showed it the bunker, the terror, the claustrophobia, the taste of recycled air. He showed it the rage he had felt at his father's betrayal. He showed it the cold, clean satisfaction of the sea, the burn of salt on his skin. He showed it grief. He showed it loyalty. He showed it the memory of Marcus's grim determination and Lena's fierce, unwavering love for her child. He poured the chaotic, contradictory, beautiful, and terrible mess of his own humanity into the network. The effect was explosive. The cold, geometric consciousness of the predator recoiled. It had never encountered anything like this. This was not the simple, unified song of the hum. This was a symphony of chaos, a billion different voices screaming and laughing and crying all at once. It was a data type for which it had no defense. From her place within the network, Odelia sensed the change. She felt the new weapon her son had brought into her war. And she, the ultimate strategist, knew what to do. She stopped resisting the predator. She yielded. She opened the gates, not in defeat, but to guide the new, chaotic virus directly to the heart of her enemy. In the Andes, the sleeping stone began to resonate, to pulse with a sick black light. It was being filled with a poison it could not comprehend. The geometric perfection of its crystalline structure was being corrupted by the illogical, fractal chaos of human emotion. The predator, for the first time in its billion-year existence, was experiencing doubt, fear. In the anchor, the alarms blared. "It's working," Marcus yelled. The voids are destabilizing, their growth has stopped. But the feedback was immense. Jet's body convulsed, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. He was at the heart of the psychic storm, and it was tearing him apart. "Bring them back," Lena screamed. "It's too much, it'll kill them both." Marcus reached for the shutdown sequence. But before he could, Leo's eyes snapped open. They were no longer the eyes of a boy. They were ancient, burning with the light of the combined consciousness of the Odelia, and Jet. "No," a voice said, speaking not from Leo, but from every speaker in the room at once. It was a voice of impossible power and authority. The song must be finished. Leo, now a vessel for the awakened god of the earth, reached out and placed his hand on Jet's forehead. A wave of pure, golden light flowed from him into the tormented man. Jet's convulsions stopped. His mind, once a weapon of chaos, was now a conduit, a bridge. The final note of the new song was sent. It was not a note of rage or fear. It was a single, perfect, resonant chord of an emotion the crystalline predator had never conceived of: sacrifice, love, hope. In the Andes, the sleeping stone shattered, not in an explosion, but in a silent, implosive cascade. The crystalline structure, fatally corrupted by the illogical power of hope, collapsed in on itself, turning to inert black dust. Across the globe, the voids dissolved, the petrified forests crumbling into harmless sand, leaving behind a world scarred but alive. Chapter 33, Epilogue: The Gardeners. In the quiet aftermath, the world was changed. The was still there, a permanent feature of the planet, but it was different. It was infused with a trace of the human. It was wilder, more unpredictable, but no longer just an alien intelligence. It was now part of a shared destiny. Jet Vance recovered, but he was no longer the same man. The rage was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet understanding. He had walked through the heart of a god and come out the other side. He became the warden of the new world, a silent guardian who walked the line between the human and the Marcus Cole, the ghost, finally came out of the shadows. He became the world's leading and only expert in exobiology, a new field for a new age, guiding humanity's first, tentative steps in understanding the life that now shared their world. Colonel Rostova disbanded Project Chimera. Her mission of containment was over. Her new mission, a far more difficult one, was to foster understanding, to act as a diplomat between the old world of nations and the new, silent one that held their fate in its hands. Lena Haddad returned to being a doctor to a planet, and to a son who was no longer just her son. Leo was the bridge, the first of a new kind of human, a symbiont, a citizen of two worlds. He was not a king or a god, but a gardener, just as his grandmother had once dreamed of being. But his garden was not one of conquest. It was one of balance. They had all been through a private apocalypse, a journey through a gilded tomb, and had emerged into a world saved but forever transformed. They had faced the monster in the mountain, the monster in the sea, and the monster from the stars. And in the end, they had discovered that the only weapon powerful enough to save their world was the very thing they had been trying to escape: their own flawed, chaotic, and beautiful humanity. The game was finally, truly over. The work of living in the new garden was just beginning. The end.